Good morning, everyone. This, the Wednesday, November 6th meeting of the Nags Head Board of Commissioners is called to order. If you will please join me in a brief moment of silence. And now, as you're able, if you will please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. The next item on the agenda is adoption of the agenda, and a motion would be in order.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the agenda. I would like to remove item G1 from consideration of this board.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the agenda to strike section G1. And Mr. Leidy, is this an appropriate motion to remove an item that's scheduled for, that includes a text amendment and a public hearing?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Can I ask for board input on this motion? We have a motion and a second on the floor.
My feeling is, with this, the citizens have spoke and they've said what they wanted to say, and I don't feel the board is in favor of building larger houses the way this text amendment would read. And I really, out of respect for the citizens that are in this room today, taking their time, would not like to have them wait for 2 hours to sit here and come to the same resolution at the end of that 2 hours.
All right, thank you. Any other comment? I'll look down to this end. Anyone else? No?
Good.
Okay.
I get, excuse me, one
Yes.
comment. When you say remove it, are you talking about remove it permanently, or are you talking about moving it to another agenda?
I don't, me personally, in this motion, I would rather remove it permanently as it's written.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the motion then I will take as amended to be removed permanently as it is written, and is the second still valid for that?
Second is valid.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, once it's been removed, that doesn't preclude the board from bringing it back up later on or directing the planning board to begin the process to consider a different kind of text amendment in the future. It just means it won't be replaced on the board's agenda as it currently stands.
Okay, okay, thank you. And any other amendment of a similar type would require public hearings as well.
Yeah, going back through the process.
Any other form of amendment came back.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion then? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you.
You might want to announce, there's a lot of people back there if they did not understand that.
Okay. So for those folks who are here, this item that has generated a lot of public discussion about modifying the ordinance with regard to lot size in its current form is a dead issue at this point. We've removed it from the agenda permanently. If there is any further consideration, it would be in a different form. It would go through the process of going through the planning board. That's not to say that it would, but that's to say that this issue in the form that you've seen it and discussed it is a dead issue today. Thank you.
Yes,
The next item on the agenda,
Now, adopt the agenda as amended, or that?
oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. We need to approve the motion as amended, so we have amended the agenda. All those in, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you. And I have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. The next item on our agenda is recognitions. Cliff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First up would be Public Works Director Ralph Burrill to recognize newest employee in the sanitation department.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. It is my pleasure this morning to introduce you to Rich Demisi. Rich is one of our newest employees in our sanitation department. Just tell you a little bit about Rich. Rich comes from West Virginia. He lives now currently in Currituck with his wife Tia and his 3 children. And like most people from West Virginia, he loves the outdoors, to hunt, fish, play his guitar, and spend time with his family. Rich comes to us with a lot of experience. He worked in solid waste in West Virginia. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Rich. Rich, thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Next, I'd ask the Finance Officer, Amy Miller, to come forward and recognize Vicki Wright on her 15-year anniversary with the town.
Vicki Wright.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Vicki Wright is our accounting technicians, and congratulations on your 15 years with the town. A lot of people know that Vicki is an amazing athlete and strict with nutrition, and that dedication and discipline serve her well both outside and inside the office. Since I've been here, I have seen her role in accounts payable evolve from managing a lot of data and paperwork to managing an entire process and functionality. She was a champion for our software migration and was involved in laying the groundwork and foundation for formulating best practices as far as going paperless and streamlining our workflow approval process. This has allowed to give more independence and confidence to individual departments, as well as ensure the access of the new software. Thankfully, she maintained and continues to maintain an open mind, continually wants to learn and contribute ideas, and then as a result, we can take advantage of all the efficiencies that Munis has to offer. Going along with that, she has always maintained a good attitude, a positive outlook, and has established a great repertoire with other departments. She is a go-to and resource in our department for training and knowledge for others throughout the town. I just want to give one example of a demonstration of an initiative Vicki has completed this year, because I think it's really exciting. She worked with IT to migrate the implementation and was held accountable to involve a process as far as our P cards. We have migrated that from a completely, for lack of a better term, stacks of paper process to a completely paperless process that the information is automatically downloaded, it comes in automatically coded, it comes in with the vendor name, the description of the item purchased, even the sales tax is broken out. She was instrumental in getting this together, and it has saved hours of time. We now have an electronic work file for this, and it's been a great asset to our department, and it's a really exciting feature. And thank you for helping with that. We are really thankful for you, Vicki, and your enthusiasm really makes it a pleasure for all of us to work with you. And thank you for your 15 years of service and 15 years more in the department. So thank you very much. Thank you.
All those years.
15 more.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to ask our Fire Chief, Randy Wells, to come up and recognize Ocean Rescue Captain Firefighter Chad Moats on his 15 years with the town.
Good morning, Mayor Cahoon and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to recognize Ocean Rescue Captain Chad Motts for his 15 years of service to the town of Nags Head. Chad came to us from Thorburn, Nova Scotia, Canada. He now resides in Nags Head with his wife Stephanie and their 2 boys. William, and Joseph. Chad leads our award-winning ocean rescue team, providing the required training and guidance to our group of certified United States Life Saving Association lifeguards. He is a USLA certified instructor. Chad spends many hours preparing lesson plans and training our ocean rescue staff before each summer, making our lifeguards some of the best on the East Coast. Chad is also a certified firefighter too, and an emergency medical technician. During the off-season, Chad works 24-hour shifts as a firefighter with the town to provide additional staffing. Chad is an avid runner and has participated in numerous races and marathons in the state and nation, with most likely the longest being the Boston Marathon. Overachiever. In his spare time, you can find him running, surfing, hiking, and spending time with his family. Chad, I'd like to congratulate you on your 15 years of dedicated service with the town and hope you will stay with us for many more. Congratulations.
Mayor, next I believe we have a presentation of the 2019 Earl Murray Jr. Employee of the Year nominees.
You skipped the
Oh, I'm sorry.
resolution.
Well, leading up to that, I'd ask that the board consider passing a proclamation titled Recycle Right North Carolina. The Department of Environmental Quality with North Carolina has kicked off a social media campaign back in September, and it's just simply to bring more awareness to recycling, the facts, the figures, what you can recycle, what you can't recycle, in hopes of combating some of the bad publicity that, because of China and other reasons why it's becoming more difficult to get rid of the recycling, but it's still important to go to continue to recycle. We've been posting this information on our Facebook page, trying to just continue the awareness and continue to show the town's initiative and the board's support of recycling. And this proclamation is just to remind us of that and to also remind us that even as this campaign ends, we need to continue to be vigilant, and the town staff needs to continue to educate folks.
Right.
It's a long
Thank-
proclamation.
Thank you. It is, and I will read it, but I will also say that it includes the educational component about what the right things are to recycle. That's not the proclamation, but that education is part of the process. It is important that we recycle the right things and keep the right things out of the recycling so that it remains a valid and valuable program. It's a discussion that we have at home from time to time, have at the office from time to time, and that I've been to my neighbor's house and had on occasion. And so if you will bear with me, I will read this proclamation in support of Recycle Right North Carolina. Whereas North Carolina communities have established excellent recycling programs and with the presence of strong established markets in the state, are able to redirect recycled materials back into the economy and create new products. And whereas single-stream recycling programs that emphasize the collection of cans, bottles, cardboard, and paper recover the highest tonnages most efficiently. And whereas recycling stimulates local economies, creates jobs, saves energy and water, reduces greenhouse gas emissions, preserves natural resources, and conserves landfill space. And whereas the North Carolina recycling industry supports more than 16,000 jobs and relies on the success of community recycling programs. And whereas the increasing amounts of non-recyclable items or contaminants being placed in recycling bins compromises the quality of truly recyclable materials and creates safety hazards for employees at the materials recovery facility where recyclables are sorted. And whereas recycling costs can be lowered by reducing the amount of contaminants in the mix. And whereas educating residents about which items go into the recycling container is the most effective way to recover the most recyclable material and avoid contamination. And whereas to focus the state's attention on the importance of reducing contamination in recycling, The North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality has created the Recycle Right North Carolina campaign to educate the public on which items should or should not be placed in the recycling cart. And whereas participating in the Recycle Right North Carolina campaign is an effective way to raise awareness about the need to recycle only the items accepted by local recycling programs, and whereas the town of Nags Head pledges to participate in the Recycle Right North Carolina statewide campaign as an opportunity to contribute to a larger movement to improve recycling and lead the nation in recycling education through harmonized messaging. Now therefore, I, Ben Cahoon, Mayor of the town of Nags Head, do hereby pledge a proclamation of support and participation in the Recycle North Carolina campaign, this being the 6th day of November 2019. A motion to adopt the proclamation would be in order.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Cliff, now you're ready.
Now we're ready. Okay. Presentation of the 2019 Earl Murray Jr. Employee of the Year nominees. We're going to ask each department head to come up, introduce their nominee, and tell you why they feel like their nominee is the one you should select for Employee of the Year. So there'll be some strong lobbying for the next few minutes. First up, Finance Officer Amy Miller.
Oh, I just love coming up here bragging about my employees. This is Linda Bittner. She is the Administrative Services nominee for the 2019 Employee of the Year. Every year, Linda continues to accomplish goals and set a high standard for her work. The town has come to create an expectation for a high tax collection rate as our badge of honor. This is a reflection of Linda's consistently high collections over the past 5 years that I've been here and that she's been here with the town. I wanted to highlight this accomplishment by recognizing Linda and making sure this was not taken for granted, as a high tax collection rate does not come easy. It's a direct result of her professionalism, hard work, dedication, pride, responsibility, and ownership in her position as a tax collector. Each fiscal year, the Local Government Commission, or LGC, compiles a memo that compares all municipalities within the state. It lists comparative information, including tax collection rates. The latest information available is for fiscal year 2018. And statewide, the average tax collection rate for property excluding motor vehicles is 99.17%. Comparative municipalities to the town of Nags Head, based on our size and the services that we offer, have an average tax collection rate of 98.47%. Our town of Nags Head tax collection rate was 99.99%. Now, I just want you to take into consideration what this equates to in dollars for the town and how much this actually stretches our dollar. Our total levy was $7,013,398 that year. Linda collected $7,012,961, meaning she only did not collect $437. Now, at a tax collection rate of 99.17%, which again is the state average, she would have collected $57,774 less. And at the tax collection rate of 98.47%, which was the comparative average for municipalities based on our size and our services, she would have collected $106,868 less. By being non-complacent, her extra effort and diligence allows us to budget for almost a 100% collection rate each year, which benefits and expands our budgeting capacity. Stretching our dollar each year allows us to provide a high level of service to our citizens and visitors without having to raise additional taxes or fees, and this benefits everybody. When I say Linda is consistent, I mean it. Her first year was 2015, and her townwide rates since she has been here are 2015, 99.91%, that was her first year. 2016, again, 99.99%. 2017, 100%, meaning she only did not collect $196 out of $6,940,569. 2018, 99.99%. 2019, 99.98%. And if you ask Linda, she would say she's the revenue protector. And clearly that is exactly what she has demonstrated year after year. She has one of the highest, if I'm going to say she just has the highest tax collection rate in the state. And one other thing I wanted to mention is when I gave those tax collection rates, that was only for the townwide rates. It didn't include the MSD. So when you just look at the MSD rate, the past 2 years that we've had the MSD, her tax collection rate is 100%. Both years, she only did not collect $1.58, and I'm sure you exactly know what that property is. And she'll find you. So basically, out of the past 2 years in the MSD, out of $2,819,027.41, she didn't collect $3.16. So she continues to uphold the high standards that the town expects from her, and I would really appreciate your recognition of that as well by selecting Linda Bittner, our tax collector, as the 2019 Earl Murray Jr. Employee of the Year. So thank you, Linda.
Next, Fire Chief Wells is going to have to try and follow that with his nominee.
I am never playing fantasy baseball against this woman, ever. So. Mayor, Board of Commissioners, it is my pleasure to introduce Deputy Chief Shane Hite. Nags Head Fire Rescue is pleased to nominate Deputy Chief Shane Hite as our Nags Head Earl Murray Jr. Employee of the Year. Deputy Chief Hite has served the citizens of Nags Head for 16 years. Shane is a dedicated and highly capable fire officer. I have served with Deputy Chief Hite for only a short time, but quickly recognized his professionalism and love for the town. To ensure that my instincts were correct, I solicited the input from all of the fire captains in Nags Head Fire Department, and overwhelmingly, his name was mentioned. Deputy Chief Hite is a multifaceted employee. He is involved and engaged in many areas of citizen service. His work as Town of Nags Head Safety Officer and Chairman of the Safety Committee improves the health and safety of all of our employees. As a fire marshal, he liaisons with business owners and event coordinators to ensure that the citizens can safely support their endeavors. He works with outside agencies to promote community risk reduction efforts and make Nags Head a safer place to live, work, and visit. He is an active and engaged employee, to say the least. When I met Shane, 2 days before Hurricane Dorian, he willingly helped the new fire chief come aboard, showing me around, helping me understand the nuances of the fire department, town, and county. He introduced me to other members of the public safety community and helped me understand the roles and responsibilities and how they interacted with our department. He has been welcoming and supportive of me and my vision for the fire department. I am fortunate to have a member like this on my department, and we are definitely fortunate to have a member like him representing our town and our town government. I humbly submit him for your consideration.
Next up, Michael Zahner with the Planning Department.
So thank you, good morning. I'm here to nominate Ed Snyder, Code Enforcement Officer, as the Planning and Development Department's nominee for the Employee of the Year. Ed is not happy with me. This is my first Employee of the Year nomination, and it's my understanding that, you know, Ed had been nominated by the department 2 years prior. So when I asked the department this year who we should nominate, everyone said, well, Ed doesn't want to be nominated again. So I would like to, and everyone had a justifiable reason to be nominated, I think. But ultimately, I ignored that and came back because Ed is the person that should be nominated from the department. And I think he does the most difficult job Certainly in the department, in the town, he has difficult conversations daily, maybe with people in this room. But he does his job, and I think it's apparent if you ride around town. He's proud, he's humble, he's a dedicated public servant. He's dependable. We rely on him. We rely on him for not just what he does in his day-to-day, but we rely on him, everyone in this room, I would say, that works for the town on some aspect of what we do. We know Ed is out in the field. We know he can be our eyes and ears and look at something, and if it needs to be corrected, he fixes it. So I think I've worked for 5 municipalities, and I would want 5 Eds, but it just doesn't happen. So you're lucky to have Ed. We're all lucky to have Ed, and so thank you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Next up, Chief Webster with the Police Department's nominee.
Mayor, Board of Commissioners, it's my pleasure to nominate Officer Joseph J.C. Mitchell as for the Earl Murray Employee of the Year Award. And also present today is J.C.'s wife Ashley and his mother Debbie and our very own Dee. J.C. has been a member of our agency since May of 2016, and prior to coming to work for us, he worked for the town of Kill Devil Hills. And since joining our agency, he has served as a patrol officer and most recently as a canine handler. J.C. is a dedicated worker who is extremely passionate about his profession. Since joining our department, Officer Mitchell has proven to be a great asset. He and his canine partner, Amy, have become an incredible team and are called upon regularly by not only our officers, but from those of surrounding agencies as well. As of this date, JC and Amy have deployed 181 times, that's last year, and these deployments included narcotics, article searches, tracks, and patrol work. His co-workers who nominated him state JC is always eager to work and to assist others. He is self-motivated, proactive, and a great ambassador for our agency. And as an aside, I've patrolled with JC and seen him in action, and I tell you, we unfortunately had to arrest a gentleman, and I think the gentleman actually felt bad that we had to arrest him after JC dealt with him. JC's extremely positive attitude and is always trying to make a difference. He is an invaluable part of our team. During the past year, JC was recognized on 2 occasions by citizens and visitors to our town. In March of this year, JC received a compliment for his professionalism during a damage to property call. And again, he received a compliment from a citizen involved in a traffic collision for the positive way he treated them at the accident scene. And that speaks volumes, because it's my belief that if we have someone coming forward to compliment an officer, that means he does it over and over again. Normally, unfortunately, we hear about the bad things. For these reasons, please accept Officer J.C. Mitchell as the department's nomination for Employee of the Year. Thank you.
Last in his usual position, back to cleanup. Ralph Burrell, Public Works nominee.
Last but not least, I always say.
You're right.
Mayor, Commissioners, today is my honor to nominate Ricky Spencer for the Earl Murray Jr. Award. When I asked the superintendents for nominees, I had 2 of them come to me and say, we would like to nominate Ricky. And I said, okay. I said, we like to try to give the employees, not the superintendents as much. But then they pointed out, said, well, Ricky been here for 29 years. He's never been nominated. And I started thinking, I'm like, how does this happen? And it's my fault. All these changes that the sanitation department has gone through, a lot of them, Ricky was in charge to get it done. He worked his way up from a driver, or from throwing cans, to a driver, to the supervisor, and then to the superintendent. He was here when we implemented the automated trash system. At that time, we looked it up, we started out with 3,000 cans. Now we're up to 14,000 cans. And Ricky's the one who has to try to manage to keep these cans with the wheels on and everything else. He was also, when we started the pilot program for recycling, put on Ricky to go ahead and get the cans with the yellow dots painted on and get that done, and the stickers on. And then over the last 3 or 4 years that you know, changing the routes, changing the stickers, that's all been put on Ricky to go ahead and get that done. So the other things are, you know, when you ride down the beach road on a Sunday afternoon, it looks like a war zone. And Monday afternoon, you ride down and you say, where did everything go? This is the man who makes sure that gets done. And whatever he needs to do it, he'll do it. Drive a truck, roll back cans, put wheels on cans. This is the gentleman who takes care of all of that. I told my wife last night, you know, when she asked me about the board meeting, I said, yeah, I have to go nominate Ricky tomorrow. I said, you know, he's kind of like tap water. People get up in the morning, turn their tap on, take a shower and stuff, and it's there. But the morning you get up and it's not there, you know you're missing something, and that's the way I kind of felt about Ricky, to be honest with you, because, like I said, to go through all of this that we've gone through and he's never been nominated, like I said, that's on me. So without any further ado, I'd like to nominate Ricky Spencer. Thank you.
Only 20 more years to go.
Mayor, as you can see, you and the board has a very difficult decision to make, that decision will be made later in closed session at the conclusion of this meeting. But I did just want to take 1 minute to recognize Earl Murray, and the reason why this, this is, we remember him every year. With the board had named this award after him, and it's because Earl was a tremendous asset and a great employee, and this was a great way to remember him. And for those that don't know, Earl was a sergeant with the police department who died, actually, this is the 10th year. He died in May of 2009, responding to a burger break-in in progress. And was in a car accident and was killed. But he was a great guy. He was a funny guy. He would be honored by this, and each one of you should be honored to be nominated. And thank you all for a great job and for all that you do.
I just want to say, and I open this up to the board members as well, what an honor it is to have people like you working for the town. I mean, this is going to be a really, really difficult decision because all of these are outstanding nominees, and all of you are the face and the voice and the character that we want people to think of when they think of Nags Head. And it's not about us, it's about you guys and what y'all do for the citizens every day, and we really appreciate it.
I echo that. I mean, we are so fortunate in this town to have so many wonderful employees, staff members, and sincerely appreciate all that you do. all that you do every day. This is one of the most challenging decisions we make every year. We wrestle with it and wrestle with it because every person nominated is always deserving. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Roberta, you're going to get a picture of the group? You want them to come around to the front of the podium?
Quick recess.
Yes. And I'll invite the board to come up here, and then at the conclusion of the photograph here, we'll have a very brief recess. Thank you. Come on board.
Thank you very much.
We'll be in recess for 5 minutes, y'all. Okay, the board is returned to order. The next item on the agenda is public comment. I'll turn this over to Mr. Leidy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, the Board of Commissioners will welcome comments from members of the public. This is an opportunity for people to comment on any matter that they have concerns or interest in. It's an opportunity for presentation to the board. It's not an opportunity for dialogue with the board. The board rarely responds to public comment. Also, there has been one item removed from the public hearings on the agenda, but there is a remaining public hearing. If you're here to participate in that public hearing, then you can reserve your comments until then. But anyone else who wishes to provide public comment, this is your opportunity. If you would please go to the podium, start by telling us who you are and where you live, and then address your comments to the board. All right.
Good morning. My name is Linda Madison. My husband and I have owned a home here since 1999, and we just recently, in the last 2 months, made Nags Head our permanent home. And I'm here for two reasons this morning. One, for the agenda item that was removed from the agenda. And my second thing, I realize there's nothing illegal about what this Facebook ad that I received, but it concerns me. And it was very recently, in the past week, I've almost daily get ads from Sega. And so I opened it up and went to, there's a place in Facebook where you can say, why am I receiving this? And it said that you're being targeted for 35 and old, adults 35 and older who live in Nags Head. So I just, I wanted to, I think this is the right group to express that concern to. I just wonder what Mr. Gupta has in mind. I've said it here before, he scares me. So, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Madison. All right, next.
Good morning. My name is Robert Natch. I've only lived in Nags Head for 6 months, but I've been on the Outer Banks for 20 years. One of the items on the agenda for later, which I guess is not a public hearing item, has to do with the Harvey access. And that's on there because I asked Commissioner Fuller to listen to my thoughts on how that access can be improved. The sound is great for sailing. We get lots of wind, we've got great water, but we do not have great access to put in boats. So if you went to Harvey Access right now, you'd see one Hobie cat there, which is my wife and mine, Felix the catamaran, named after our grandson. And if you went there, and I don't know whether it's actually allowed to be there, so I have it there, you know, fingers crossed. If you went there in the summertime, you'd see half a dozen boats kind of helter-skelter put there for the same reason, because it's one of the few places where it's public and you can get in and out of the water. So my request is twofold. One, make it allowable so I can have it there without the uncertainty it's going to get hauled away. And the other is perhaps consider some improvements. There's a little ramp there that with just a little bit of sand and TLC could be made a whole lot easier to get a kayak or a catamaran in and out of the water. And possibly some sort of cradle that the boats could be put into so they could be more secure. So catamarans, when you get a lot of wind, they have a trampoline. It's easy for the wind to get under them and knock them over onto other boats, and it makes a mess. In fact, when you look at the site in the summertime, or even the image that's on Google Earth right now, you'll see a cat that's kind of pushed up in the weeds. That's because when we get a good south wind, water comes up in the sound, wind swifts northwest, comes in there, water comes up a foot, things drift around. If we had some cradles that were just 18 inches off the ground, it would allow the boats to be secured and not fall victim to the water. So anyway, I have some ideas on there. If I could be any help along those lines, give me a shout. Otherwise, I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. All right, anybody else? Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm John Ratzenberger, 119 Sea-Watch Court. 3 quick items. Congratulations to all the town employees and those that were selected as our department reps. It's always a great way to end the year with that, when the real working force of the town is acknowledged like that. It's great. I'd also like to take an opportunity to thank Renee Cahoon, Kevin Brinkley, Keith Sawyer for standing up to come and serve the town again, or for the first time, whichever, or in a different hat. And for not having littered the place with campaign, whatever, run a nice campaign, done a good job. And congratulations to Renee and Kevin for their thing. It's always good to start. I came here for the large structure thing, and I'm gonna throw away my notes here. Back when we started the UDO, I was concerned that by the time we made this massive shift, and if you look at the size of the old code and you look at the new UDO, it's massive. Okay, and more words than one. I was concerned we were going to approve this thing, and like one of the towns to the south of us, the next council meeting later, they would go, oh my God, what did we approve? Because this is not in it. And it was one of our beach towns down there. I think the UDO passed much of its test this time. 2 things. Number one, the planning board came back with about a dozen questions. It basically said, why are we doing this? What is it you all want, et cetera, et cetera. And that's a good thing when they come back and they question this and want to drive the conversation the other way. And I've read all the planning board minutes quite a bit. And so my congratulations to the planning board for their approach to this stuff. The other thing is that in the UDO that you all approved, there's basically what I kind of consider a new section. And it was highlighted in the packet for this meeting. It says, okay, if something comes to the board and there are, I don't want to call it objections or opinions, then you've got to answer them explicitly. And this was highlighted in your packet. And that's kind of new. Normally, a lot of times we get to the conditional use of this and that, and we go through the fire trucks can get there, and the police can get there, and this and that, but there are other items that should be explained. And I think that's good that that's now codified in here. And I think it's good that the planning director put it here in the packet. And I think that's kind of like, for me, it's the first test of the UDO where we're going. And since this is Susie's almost last thing, I know she pushed developing that thing, so thank you again. And that was that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ratzenberger. It's good to see you again. All right, anybody else wish to comment? Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. My name's Jim Selkman. Just wanted to make some comments on the proposed You Can Fly.
Sir, if I may, if you're here to comment on that matter, you should participate in the public hearing that will accompany that matter, coming up on the agenda in just a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, thank you,
Very
sir.
well, thank you.
Yes, sir, and you will need to be sworn in order to, when I invite people to approach the clerk to be sworn, if you would participate in that as well.
Sure, thank you.
All right, yes, sir, thank you. Anybody else? All right, if not, we will conclude the public comment session at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Whitey. The next item on the agenda is the 2019 Beach Nourishment Report. Cliff?
Having the audience, Tim and HK with Coastal Science and Engineering, that'll present to you the wrap-up of the most recent beach nourishment project.
Thank you, Cliff. Good morning, Mayor and council persons. I am pleased to be here once again before you and to report to you today that we are 99.9% complete with the 2019 nourishment project. The 0.1% that is still remaining, I think, consists of a few sand fence sections and some spraying up at the north end. I'll be brief on my remarks because I really want to turn things over to Dr. Haiching Kauskowski, who's our project engineer and the face of our project here for the last couple of years. But I do want to just say first that to get to this point for the 19, let's see, Roberta, can we just forward that? I want to give you some key dates that were involved in this project because there's a lot that goes into all of these projects, as most of you know. Back in 2016, we were retained once again to plan and design the nourishment project, but it wouldn't have happened without extensive meetings and interaction with the town's shoreline management committee for nearly a year, as you see there. So then, as you know, we went out to bid after getting all the permit documents in hand, and the bids were received in 2018, early 2018. We had the bid opening, and we bid the project for construction in 2018 as well as 2019. And it turned out it was about $15.5 million cheaper if we would wait a year. So Haiching will discuss some of that. So that's why the project was delayed in construction until this year. Fortunately, no significant property damage occurred while we were waiting for the project to start up. The first load was delivered onshore, right on schedule, on 1 May this year. And then the last load was completed the 18th of August. And that was pretty significant compared to last year because the last time we did this in 2011, because as you'll recall, we almost finished in 2011 and then were hit by Hurricane Irene and many other events in the fall and didn't finish up until October. We just delivered our final report to you, and I think you all have a copy of the main summary of the report, but there's also another 3 inches behind there, and I really encourage you to look at every page of that binder that's about 4 inches, 3 inches thick, that has all the gory details of the project. And of course, I'm just teasing. Before I turn it over to Haiching, I wanted to show you this T-shirt. Some of you may not have seen this, but this was a T-shirt that Great Lakes Dredge and Dock Company prepared after the 2011 project. And you'll see it was the 4.6 million cubic yard jackpot of 2011. That was the quantity of sand that was placed there. This time, it's 4.0 million cubic yards. So just change that 6 to a 0, and that still applies. The dates of completion on here say 10/27/2011, just change a couple of numbers to 8/16/2019, and so you can repeat this. And I do want to mention that this particular project has become famous because it's the largest. The 2011 project was the largest nourishment project ever accomplished with entirely local funds. You had no state funds, you had some county funds, but these were all locally generated funds. And a lot of people, communities since then, have really looked up to Dare County and to the town of Nags Head for the commitment that you all made to nourishment. So our hat's off to you. I do want to say that all the different tasks that we accomplished here couldn't have been done without the input from many, many people, not just on my staff, but the Shoreline Management Committee, all the permitting agencies, from the Corps of Engineers to Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, the state DNR, DCM, all those folks there that interacted with you all and us for months and months to get the permits underway. We had to do a lot of field work for this. We did sand searches, we looked for a new borrow source, we got that successfully. And then this, very importantly, in 2016, Hurricane Matthew was a declared disaster, took out a lot of sand, so that opened the door for some FEMA funding, which was a very important plug, additional sand that we were able to get at FEMA's expense with their support. And this is under their Category G program. So with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Hai-Ching, and on behalf of CSE and all of us in our company, I want to thank you for the 15 years or so that we've been working up here with you all, with the various councils, and it is truly one of the joys of my life to be able to come back up here, and it's certainly one of the favorite places our company works. So let me turn it over to Dr. Hai-Ching Kuskowski.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioner Dan. And Tim just gave an overview of the project. So the rest of the presentation will focus on the 2019 renourishment construction. So first, let's compare what we've done this time and compared to what was done in 2011, the nourishment over renourishment. First, the total volume. Tim mentioned it is written on the T-shirt, 4.6 million cubic yards over 4 million cubic yards. So that's a volume difference. And the project length, both projects, the project length is the same, 10 miles. But in 2011, because the beach volume increased right before construction, so we removed dune construction during this 2011 nourishment. But for 2019 renourishment, one significant difference is that we designed an initial dune along the south Nags Head, the 2 mile of South Nags Head. And for 2011 project, we used a 2 offshore borrow area just offshore of South Nags Head. But this time we still have 2 offshore borrow areas, but one is there's a new borrow area located offshore of the middle to north Nags Head, so that we could have more cost-effective, better bidding from the dredging, increased efficiency because of the shorter hauling distance. For that, I circled those numbers. I'm not going to read those numbers. So for 2011 project, the construction price, the unit price is $6.56 per cubic yard. But for this 8 years later, the unit price increased to $9.16 per cubic yard. However, during 2011 project, that's why 2011 project is the locally funded, the largest locally funded project because it used 100% local funds. But for this 2019 project, about $13 million from FEMA reimbursement funds were used in this project. So the actual net cost, unit cost for the town, for this time, 4 million cubic yards is about $23 million. So the unit price is actually less than $6 per cubic yard. So that shows how much this FEMA contribution plays in nourishment project and the future project when you get into the planning phase of the next project. 2011, the contractor, well, both projects were done by the same contractor, Great Lakes and Dredging, Great Lakes, GLDD. So 2011, they used both hopper dredges and the cutterhead dredge. But this time, they decided to use the 2 hopper dredges based on the project experience in 2011 and 2017 for the 3-town project, Duck, Kitty Hawk, and the Kill Devil Hills project. So they find for this setting, hopper dredges can work under slightly higher wave conditions. So that's why, and also 2 large hopper dredges were available for the summer, for this summer construction. So that's why they use 2 hopper dredges. And back in 2011, they used 9 landing points. This time, they plan to use 7, but then they set up an actual one as a backup landing point. So they could have finished a project with 7 landing points. Since the project length is the same, that's why the landing point about the same number. One big difference is the duration of construction. For 2011, the total project lasted 156 days, but for 2019, it lasted 110 days. I don't think any project can break that record anytime soon for 4 million cubic yards placed within 110 days. And this duration, 110 days, actually is very close to what the town posted on their website. The town said within 120 days. So this project was delivered on time and actually a little bit ahead of schedule. The daily production, so it's because they work more efficiently, so average daily production is higher than last time. And surprisingly, the highest daily production is the same, 100,000 cubic yards. If you have been to our weekly meeting during construction, we always ask them, have you break the record from 2011? And because 2011, when both 2 dredges were working, the highest production they achieved one day, just one day, was 100,000 cubic yards. And this time, they just tie with the records. And for the dredges they use, Liberty Island is the only dredge that was used in both projects. And they made 10 loads per day for back in 2011 and 2010. That's another thing we always track with them, as Liberty Island made her maximum loads yet, but eventually they made it. It's a lot of factors go into these records. Borrow area location, sand quality, and weather plays a big role, and all the other mechanical things related to project productivity. But overall, so that's a summary of the comparison of these 2 projects. So now we will get into more details of this construction. So first, we mentioned that they have 7+1 landing points. So as you all know now, landing point, okay, marked as there's a green dot here. That's the submerged pipeline actually landed on the beach. So you see that 30-inch pipe facing to the back shore, to the properties, and then that's a landing point. And then they add pipe to go south and north. So this landing point was the first landing point that they used. It's just south of a Limitless Street. So they chose to start from South Nags Head and nourish the south portion, and then fleet the pipe, nourish the north section until the dredge reached her capacity limit. And then they shift to the second landing point. This all done by Ellis Island, which is America's largest hopper dredge. So the second landing point, first they proceeded south, and then before they flipped the pipe, proceeded north, and then the subline was compromised, had some issue. So they have to give up with this landing point. And Ellis Island dredge moved to the north. And then during that time, and the second hopper dredge, Liberty Island, arrived. So once she arrived, she started from the very near the northern side and nourished the northern section until the project limit first, then fleet the pipe and going here. So on and so forth until they finished in this area. So this is a project sequence and the 2 volumes of a report that Tim mentioned. So this details of the project sequence is under section 3. So you can read the report, know more details of this project sequence. So the next one is construction management during this 110 days. Actually started from mobilization and after demobilization was completed. And all this, every bullet point, there's pages of reports. So all these reports and more are included in that 3-4 inches bundle. The town manager may not have an example here, but we shipped 5 copies of this. These are project records, so that's volume 2. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't know whether the camera can see it, but that's the, they're all double-sided, and one page has 2 sheets. So if anybody has some sleeping problems, so that's a good way to read those. There are lots of numbers and records. But why we keep records are very important, and so you all know. Like, let's say, for example, this beach advance map. So every day there's a map to show that where the discharge point was, and where the pumping direction was, and what the section of beach was impacted on that day. So now everything is still fresh in our mind. If you ask me a question, maybe I can tell you the answer immediately, but I believe a few months later or a few years later, we will cannot remember every details. And then those records will become very handy. So if somebody asks, I wonder, when the beach in front of my property was nourished, so we can quickly go to those records and find out the answer. So again, everything is in Appendix 2. I'm not going to go through each one of them. So next, okay, so here shows we have 5 reaches. So I use just one representative profile to show each reach. From north to south, this is a reach 1, 2, 3 north, 3 south, and the reach 4. So here are the average field densities. Those are the design densities. I will compare the design densities and actual field densities on the next slide. So for these 3 bottom profiles, look at this. This is the initial dune that we designed and the contractor built during construction. So this is 2 miles south Nags Head, so we designed this dune. So here's a criteria for where we put an initial dune. So before the project, we surveyed the beach and analyzed the volume. If somewhere was a lack of dune, or the dune volume was significantly lower than the average volume of the entire beach, then we put an initial dune there. We designed an initial dune there. So that's a criteria. And that is why only the south 2 miles receive an initial dune, because the volume was lack of the average, or there was no dune at all. And there may be some segment in the north and lack of dune, but since that was just single out, there's no continuous dune needed. So that's why we didn't design or build a dune there. So that's the design criteria behind it.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
And since you're on that section about dunes, the biggest comment that I've heard is from the observation of people in the areas that receive dunes, that there's not a consistent height of dune in all the areas, that some areas it appears to be very small. None of them are really big, but they're consistent. So are the dune elevations consistent throughout the project?
There are 3 elevations. The most of the area, the elevations is at 12 feet, 6 feet above the berm, so that's why it's not that high. So most of the area is 12 feet. But there are 2 other elevations. One is 10, the other is 8, plus 10 and plus 8. For the plus 8 area, the dune was only 2 feet above the berm. That's why it looks very low, and people can just step on it with one step. But the reason is that the property, so if you show aerial photo, you will see those properties were more advanced, more seaward compared to the adjacent properties. So one, the properties were seaward, we can't build a huge dune, even a 6 foot above a berm dune, because that would block their access to the beach. And if we build a bigger dune, we have to push the dune more seaward, because the higher the dune is, the larger the footprint has to be. So that's the main reason, because the location of the properties behind the dune.
Okay, so in some areas, not the elevation, but the dune height was 2 feet. What was the maximum dune height that was built in some areas?
6 feet.
So 6 feet of dune?
6 feet, yes, above the berm.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Probably another question people ask, why some dunes are wider, appears wider than other area. It's just the average width we designed was 50 feet, but the actual width was between 20 to 60. Again, it depends on the location of the property behind the dune. So we try to design and build the dune with a continuous line, a straight line. We do not want to build a zigzag. That's you increase some erosion hotspot, the escarpment in the future if we build the dune too close
Okay, thank
to
you.
the ocean. Yeah. So this slide shows the typical field sections, and the next one, here are the volumes. Okay, there are lots of numbers, but these numbers are in the report in the section 8. So there are details of those numbers. So one number I wanted to point out is the last number. So GLDD placed 4 million cubic yards. And then after construction, CSC confirmed that 3.882 million cubic yards were within the project area. So between this number and this number, there's 3% difference. So here are a few reasons why we have this 3% difference. So it's all because of the survey spacing and the timing. So that's the two reasons. And then the nature of nourishment. So let me explain in more detail. Survey spacing. During construction, GLDD was required to survey the beach every 100 feet. So that is for payment purpose, so more details. But for the survey network that CSC has been using during the 2011-2019 planning phase and designing phase, is a 500 feet spacing. You see, we survey every 500 feet, they survey every 100 feet. The reason why we don't survey every 100 feet, because that's very simple, it's too much work. And you will not be able to get it done within a reasonable time. And once you finish a project, probably the previous data is already, you want to survey the whole project area at a very short period of time before the beach readjusts again. So that's one reason, the survey spacing. Another reason can be the timing. This number was reported right after they finished a section. So every day they collected new after dredging data. So this number was the accumulation of a volume that was placed over 110 days period. But this number was collected every 500 feet within a week. So you see, over this 110 days, the beach have already adjusted. So that leads to the next reason, is the nature of nourishment. After sand is placed on the beach, it starts immediately the initial adjustment, particularly for setting of Nags Head when your wave energies are very high. So another possible reason could be is that the end spread of nourishment. There's no sand retaining or hard structure on each end of the project. So sand can move freely, so that may cause some loss of the end. But overall, 3% over 4 million cubic yards, that's really negligible at this point. And how the project will perform, how much sand would accrete or erode will be determined by the future survey after project. So now we look back and see before the project, during the planning phase, the town set up several goals for this project. So let's see whether we have met these goals. First, provide a higher level of storm protection. Right after this project was completed, there was a Hurricane Dorian, and then a series of northeasters. So the project, the newly nourished beach, has already been tested by storms. So we can confidently check this box. This 4 million cubic yards distributed along the 10-mile project area has provided higher level of storm protection. The second box provides a wider recreational beach. So during construction, the beach was widened by 100 to 100 feet, 200 feet. But after adjustment, once the beach reaches its equilibrium, and the beach is expected to be 75, on the average, 75 feet wider. So we can check the second box. The third one address Nags Head south end erosion issue. So we increase the fill density along the south end. So this issue has been addressed, check. And third, by building the initial dune and install sand fencing and plant dune vegetation along the whole project area. So this box is checked. And with the initial dune and sand fencing and dune planting, the back beach and the dune is expected to continue to grow, just like what you have seen after 2011 project. So the next one we call this a sandbox. This is a very familiar concept by now. It is, the sandbox is defined from the frontal dune all the way to negative 19 feet. That's a FEMA determined depth limit. And the last one, not only 2019 renourishment project received FEMA reimbursement funds, but also makes this project makes Nags Head eligible for the future funds. So with that being said, all the boxes have been checked. That means the 2019 Renourish project has fulfilled the town's original purpose and goals. So after nourishment, people reported there were ponding in their houses or on the beach. So I just listed 2 events. One is in May, one is in August. So both events will happen after king tides. So when the tides overtop the berm and water accumulate in the low area, and then so we noticed some ponding. But look at just a few days after that, after tide receded, and those areas were recovered naturally. No mechanical involvement, and just naturally. One important reason is because the sand quality is good. It's mostly sand. That's why water could drain faster. So another thing people notice is escarpments, scarps along the beach. So we listed 2 events here. Photos were taken by town manager and town engineer. And we noticed that other smaller events. And Ralph was here in 2011, so he knows that the same thing after 2011. And this happened along Natural Beach. So for the Nourish Beach, because the beach is wider and the beach slope hasn't been adjusted to the natural slope, which means the nourishment slope is steeper than the natural slope. That's why the escarpment is more likely to occur compared to a natural adjusted beach. So here, I'm sorry, just a little bit off. Another thing people have been observing is a profile adjustment. So the top graphic shows the initial construction berm is white, and it is set at +6. So here is a balance to set how high this berm should be. So we set it at +6. It's about the natural elevation of Nags Head Beach. If we set it too high, tide had less chance to overtop it, but in the meantime, it would increase the chance of scarps forming at the edge. So that's if it's the berm is set too low, and then it would be overtopping ocean water, overtopping the low elevation berm would be more frequently. So we find after several projects in this area, we found +6 is a good design elevation. So after this, well, majority of sand was placed on the visible beach. So the reason is very simple. It's very easy of construction and then lower cost for the whole project. So after, from here to here, look at this red represented the volume that is expected to be eroded from the initial construction berm. And the sand would go up landward and build the dune, as what you have observed after 2011 project. And some of the volume will go underwater to fill this nearshore bar and until equilibrium profile is reached. So that is what we expect after nourishment. So here's a sand quality comparison. So there are many lines. See this one? One line represents native beach. One line represents one borrow area, another line represent the other borrow area, and one line represent the actual placed sand quality. If you can't distinguish them, that's a good thing. That means the sand is very compatible with a native sand. And exactly for that reason, tooling is waived after construction, because we mainly place the same sand as what you have now. So the sediment quality is in section 5, more details. So here, we finished this project. So we're looking for the path forward for the future. So first, some of these post-project activities are required by the state and federal permits as listed on this slide. Scarp survey, and I know Ralph and his people will be busy driving on the beach, observe these scarps and the recoverment. And then the sand compaction evaluation. Good news is that I remember the previous presentation I showed that we are now required to do the compaction testing, the thousands of reading anymore, just by visual inspection. So year 1 and year 2 after construction, which is next spring and the spring 2020, need to have a field meeting with the resource agencies and do the visual inspection of compaction. This has to be done before the sea turtle season, which means that before May 1st. A lighting survey, it has been required for projects in North Carolina. So those are all the common requirements. So nothing very special for this project. And what I highlight is what the post-project monitoring and maintenance program, the meat of this program, is the beach condition survey. So the reason is that to document project performance and also to make Nags Head continue to be eligible for the future FEMA funds. So there's details of this program is listed in section 10. And then the town will continue to do the sand fencing and vegetation when funds is available. And the post-storm survey, it goes without saying that the FEMA contribution for this project, that's the reason why 2019 nourishment could have 4 million cubic yards. And periodic nourishment is based on the project performance, and then the town can continue to plan for the next nourishment or the next 2 nourishment, which leads to the long-term shoreline management plan. And for all this post-project, there are many other things you can do. As you know, the town adopted during 2011 project, adopted a monitoring and maintenance program. Under this program, there is a threshold was set for the next renourishment, and for Nags Head was set 6 years or 50% of sand loss, whichever comes first. So based on FEMA's latest requirement, so you don't have to nourish the beach when 50% of the volume leaves your project area. However, you do have to have start planning for the next renourishment when you start seeing sand loss. So FEMA understands this kind of project, it takes a few years from planning, designing, and permitting to implementation. So it's not like when you have lost 50%, you have to renourish immediately, but definitely you have to start planning for it. So also for Nags Head, this erosion risk varies significantly from north to south. So this 50% threshold may not be applicable for everywhere, for every section of the beach. So those all, it can be fine-tuned, but we believe basically the 2011 maintenance and monitoring program is still applicable for the next 5 to 8 years. It can be adjusted based on FEMA's new rules. There are other things, if you go to conferences and read some literatures, lots of people talking about living shoreline. For your setting, because you have high energies, living shoreline on the ocean front is not very practical, not very feasible. But remember, one side you face ocean, the other side you face the sun. And lots of time there's a flooding from the sun side. So living shoreline could be considered for the sun side. So it's all can be considered during this post-project while you are planning for the next project, particularly when you plan for the long-term shoreline management plan. And another thing can be, we talk about this many times, that Tim like to say that five-letter words, the structure, the sand retaining structure. But it all can be considered as one of the alternatives when the town of Nags Head move forward after this project. I guess I'm not allowed to give too much trade secret at this point, but like living shoreline or structures, but that's all the things that can be considered in the future. And last but not least, I want to echo what Tim said at the beginning. It has been a true honor and pleasure to work here. And this delivering 2 projects like this, the largest locally funded project, I believe that's every coastal engineer's dream. So for that reason, we're very thankful. Now the last. We put together a video during construction. That video, the photos in the video was selected from thousands of photos that we collected during construction. So we would like to show you this video to close this presentation. Like some commercials says, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Fuller has a question. I'm not sure for who.
Me either.
Okay.
And before we get into kudos and everything, the one question I have is, part of the project involved the planting of some sort of grass on the beach side of the dune. That's all gone now. And in place, we have these metal stemmed orange flags that are all up and down the beach. My question really is, does the grass get replanted, and are all those metal flags going to be removed, and by whom?
Perhaps this is good one for David.
Thanks, Tim.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. All right, there was a couple parts to your question that I'd like to go ahead and answer. There was, I think, 296,000 sea oats that were planted along the 10-mile stretch of the project. We had noted post-Dorian that there were some damage or substantial damage to a large number of those plants, which we have made an application for FEMA reimbursement. Not all of them are gone. There has been some substantial damage, and we have noted those areas where they are, but we have made an application for reimbursement for a portion of those. The flags that were put in place were to denote the alignment of the sand fence and the sprigging, and they have been removed along the way. There are still some that are remaining that we will go ahead and make sure that are picked up and leased up as we complete that portion of the project.
Are we picking them up by hand, or how do they pick? There's a lot of them out there, or have been.
There have been in order to denote the location of the posts for the sand fencing, and as they go in, they are picked up. There are a few that are remaining from the locations where the accesses have been denoted for the planting of the sprigging, and so there are some that still remain, and we will make sure when we close out that portion of the project that those are policed up.
Thank you. Mr. Walters, Commissioner Cahoon.
How much longer or how much more area is there to sprig and fence?
The sprigging is complete, and the sand fencing we anticipate should be completed by the end of this week.
They've done a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sears?
Nothing.
Okay, great. One of the things I would like to convey to CSE and to the contractors and to all of the town staff who worked on this is how much we appreciate your good work, that project went really smoothly this summer. That's a tribute to planning. It's a tribute to liaison between staffs who were all working on the project. I think that we were all impressed with how smoothly. It was nice to have the contractor back for a second time. It always helps when they're familiar with the environment and the setting and the circumstances and the kind of questions they're going to get asked. But I don't want you to leave without knowing that as much as you appreciate working here, we appreciate how well the project turned out this year. So thank you. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Motion to approve as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discuss? Well, no, there wouldn't really be any discussion on the consent agenda. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. We have a public hearing coming up, and at the risk of having folks wait a few minutes, it's been, well, we did take a short break, but we're at 10:45. Is the board interested in a short break at this time? Okay, all right. So we will take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, the board will come back to order. The next item on our agenda is public hearing number 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm going to go ahead and introduce this, and then I'm going to turn over the actual conduct of the hearing to Ms. Womble, who's here today. At this time, we're going to begin the public hearing to consider the conditional use site plan amendment for substantial site improvements to the Kitty Hawk Sports site. This is item number 2 under the public hearings. This is a quasi-judicial matter, and as the board knows, when the board sits as a quasi-judicial body, the board's decision must be based on competent material and substantial evidence in view of the record as a whole. Those who are presenting evidence must be sworn or affirmed by the clerk. The board's decision must be based only on evidence that is presented during the hearing. In addition, there are certain conflict of interest issues that arise because when a board sits as a quasi-judicial panel to decide a conditional use permit or a site plan amendment, it is critical that no member participate in or vote on the matter in a manner which would violate some affected person's constitutional rights to an impartial decision maker. Impermissible violations of due process would include, but are not limited to, having a fixed opinion of the matter prior to the hearing that is not susceptible to change, undisclosed ex parte communications, and having a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with an affected person or a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. Previously undisclosed ex parte communications, which have not caused you to develop a fixed opinion, may be cured through disclosure of the facts or information obtained on the record. A party or member of council, including the council member in issue, may object to any member's participation for lack of impartiality. If an objection is raised to a member's participation and that member does not choose to recuse him or herself, then the remaining members of the board shall, by a majority vote, rule on the objection. So at this time, I ask whether any of you have any conflicts which would potentially keep you from being an impartial decision maker, or have you had any undisclosed communications that you wish to disclose at this time? Yes, Commissioner Fuller.
I do. I've had conversations with the town manager, the planning director, and the police chief, which it was pretty much a one-way conversation to let them know the questions I was planning on asking them at this meeting.
Did you receive any substantive information or information which should be presented as evidence during those conversations?
I didn't receive any information that would help me make my mind up.
Okay. And so despite those conversations, will you be able to make a decision based solely on the competent material and relevant evidence that is presented in the hearing today?
Only if what is presented today is what we received in our package.
Okay, so in other words, you'll be able to make a decision without regard to information that has been received outside of today's hearing?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
basically, what we received is what I'm prepared to discuss. I'm not prepared to discuss anything further.
Okay, including anything that isn't presented today?
I don't know what's going to be presented today.
Right, okay. So, but I mean, anything that you've heard or received, any information that you had prior to today's hearing is not
I
something
haven't
you're
had
allowed-
time to look at anything I've received since I received my package.
Okay, very good. Anybody else?
Now, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, but I haven't had time to review it and understand it.
But you also haven't formed an opinion on what the outcome should be?
No, because, no.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I would just like to disclose that I serve on a foundation with Mr. Harris, the Regalo Foundation. That's just simply something I do as an individual. There is no, we've had no discussions about any of these topics. That's a completely separate entity that has nothing to do with this subject matter, and I don't believe that I have any conflict making a decision about what is before us today, just simply because we happen to serve on the same foundational committee together.
So just to ask you the same questions, then notwithstanding that, that joint service, is there anything about that would keep you from being fair and impartial to the parties in this, or that would keep you from making a decision based solely on the evidence that is presented during the hearing?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anybody else?
I've
Yes,
had a
sir.
discussion with Jay Overton about bike paths throughout the town of Nags Head. I also voted on this same with the planning board at an earlier time there's one change versus at the time that I voted on that. I don't feel that I have any information that won't be shared or hasn't been shared throughout, and opinions aren't pre-formed.
And will you be able to make a decision based solely on the evidence that's presented in today's hearing?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Anyone else? All right. Let's see. All right, I just want to outline the procedures that will apply here and that Ms. Womble will oversee. First, the applicant has the right to question any witnesses who testified during today's hearing and to offer rebuttal evidence. Board members may question any witness at any time. Just let Ms. Womble know if you have any questions. And if the board does have any questions, it would be important to ask those during the evidentiary presentation and not to wait until the board begins its deliberations. So at this time, I'm going to ask that all of those individuals who plan on presenting or wish to present evidence regarding this matter, if you will please approach the town clerk so that she may administer the oath. And at this time, because of potential conflict that me and my law firm have, I'm going to turn the matter over to Ms. Womble. You'll be able to read them.
Thank you.
Morning. Morning, how are you? Good.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you for standing in.
Absolutely, happy to be here.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could everybody reach it?
That was a huddle.
Sure was.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Almost a football team. Very close, about too short.
All right, well, good morning, and I just want to say thank you for having me. I was happy to come and assist this morning. I think we're ready to begin the public hearing, and Mr. Leidy's covered everything to this point, and everyone's been sworn, so we can turn it over to staff if you're prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. So we're presented with a site plan review application along with a conditional use permit application for You Can Fly, or otherwise known as Kitty Hawk Kites, at 7517 South Virginia Dare Trail on the Causeway. The property is zoned C2, but is also located within the Commercial Outdoor Recreation Overlay District. The proposal is to redevelop the existing site involving the construction of a new building, approximately 3,000 square feet, slightly less. The use of the property would be retail, but also water-based recreational activities involving kayak and jet ski rental, but also boat tours. And then there would be a 2-bedroom dwelling within the proposed building as well on the second floor. The project has complied with all of the town's dimensional requirements in terms of lot coverage and height and architectural standards. One of the questions that we've been presented with is compliance with parking regulations, and I've provided the board today, received yesterday from the applicant, some materials that I'll expand on shortly with respect to parking. But as the board may know, this project in this form was permitted 2 prior times in 2012 and 2017. The change, or the only real change between those previous iterations, is that the applicant no longer benefits from, or will soon no longer benefit from, a shared parking agreement with the adjacent property and shared use of a dumpster. So the applicant has now needed to provide the dumpster on their own site, which they've done. That did result in a redesign of the original submission from July, where they reduced the parking count, and we're needing to rely on a parking reduction in the ordinance where they provided 2 bike racks, each accommodating 5 bikes, and by doing so, they've benefited from a reduction in the ordinance that allows for parking to be reduced by 1 spot for each bike rack. During the planning board review and also based on staff's review, there were, of course, thoughts or concerns related to that reduction based on the accommodation for bicycling along this section of 158 along the causeway. So staff did recommend, and the planning board also supported the recommendation of a condition that would have required the installation of a bike path or multi-use path along the frontage of this property, generally consistent with the multi-use path that's all being constructed and extended throughout the town along the bypass. We tweaked that recommended condition slightly when we presented it to the board, where we offered the applicant the ability to make a payment in lieu for that portion of the bike path, which we estimated to be about between $10,000 and $15,000. I will admit, I had a moment of clarity. This application was submitted in July, and the UDO is now effective as of October 7th. And part of the adoption of the UDO did allow applicants to elect to have applications that were submitted prior to the effective date to be subject to the UDO once effective, and that would apply to this application. So we looked through the UDO to determine how this use may or may not be treated with respect to parking, and suggested to the applicant that they may want to look into that, which they did, and they provided staff, and I provided the board with a hard copy of a memo and plan that basically looks at, instead of, so under the previous zoning ordinance, they were calculating the first floor at 1616, so 1,616 square feet. They were parking that at the retail rate of 250, or 1 parking space per 250 square feet, plus 2 parking spaces for employees. That resulted in 7 parking spaces based on the square footage, plus 2 parking spaces for the employees. They were providing 2 parking spaces for the dwelling unit, and then they were providing 29 spaces for the watercraft, the commercial watercraft use, based on the amount of watercraft, but also based on the seating capacity of the tour boats that they were providing. Under the UDO, this can be treated as a mixed-use development building because of the multiple uses. The dwelling unit would still be required to provide 2 parking spaces. They neglected to identify an area of the first floor that was being used for the rental of the watercraft. And if you can see on their existing site plan, this is not dissimilar to their existing operation where they have a building here, which I believe is almost entirely retail, but they have an outbuilding here where the rental of the watercraft is handled. Under this proposal, some area, and I believe it's 121 square feet, 122 square feet of that 1616 would be used for that watercraft rental. So you can consider that 122 square feet, that use of that is related to the watercraft rental, for which they're providing 29 parking spaces. So the remaining floor area of retail, which is 1,494 square feet as mixed-use development, can be counted at 300, or 1 parking space per 300 square feet of floor area, which equates to 5 parking spaces plus the 2 additional spaces for employees. So essentially, their parking requirement under the zoning ordinance previously was 40. They were providing 38. Under the UDO, the parking requirement for the mixed-use development can be 38, and they're providing 38. They no longer need to rely on the bike parking reduction. I know that's a lot for the board to digest because it was not provided to you before. My recommendation would be that you could act on the application, but it would be completely reasonable for the board to continue the public hearing to a future meeting if they wanted to take that under consideration, or certainly remand it back to the planning board for review of that as well. It's important to note that no physical aspects of the project have changed except for delineating the area of the first floor that would be dedicated to the commercial watercraft rental. And because of this, because of the compliance with the parking requirements of the UDO, staff's recommendation would change where we would no longer suggest a condition that would require a multi-use path along the property frontage. So condition 2, we would no longer recommend that that be a condition applied to the project. We would recommend the condition 1, that the project be developed in substantial compliance with the plans, but also any of the stipulations made by the applicant in the application, including this additional material received on November 5th. We would still recommend condition, it's identified in staff's report as condition 3 regarding the rated capacity of the boats. That condition was raised or came about because of questions raised by the abutting property owner. We did ask the applicant to provide information on the rated capacity of the boats. They've not yet done that, but we would impose a condition or recommend that a condition be imposed that would require that that information be provided before a zoning permit or building permit were issued. And then, again, condition 4 is kind of a belt and suspenders where the use would be conducted consistent with all commitments made by the applicant in the submitted application. So I think that is it for staff, unless the board has any questions.
I have some procedural questions.
Yes, sir.
Setting aside the timing of material received by the board, you looked at the UDO, and the UDO does permit an applicant to proceed under either the prior ordinance, if they applied before the UDO took effect, or under the UDO after the UDO takes effect. But are there any provisions as to when that application needed to occur? And I'm thinking about, we're faced with a transition that occurred immediately before this meeting as opposed to, say, immediately before the planning board or some other point in the process. And what are your thoughts about how that needs to be handled in the future?
I did look at it. I would say the UDA, the process probably did not accommodate something like this or account for something like this. It's, as far as I know, it's silent on something like this, but I know Mrs. Womble did look at the UDO, look at the code, so she may offer some perspective for the board on that as well.
That's correct, and I can just offer some insight that the UDO is silent as to when an applicant may need to elect which UDO they would like to proceed under. It's clear on the adoption of your new UDO that this application would fall within that timeline by which they could elect which ordinance they want to proceed under. Regarding planning board review, and so planning board review is mandatory in your UDO, but planning board recommendations aren't binding on this board. So their recommendation, and this board's had the ability to review their recommendation from your packet. And so that, regarding the planning board's review of this application under the old UDO, my understanding from staff is that there's been no change in the project or the facilities necessarily. The only change between the two UDOs by which the planning board would be new information to the planning board would be the parking. And based on the planning board's recommendation, I think the bike racks were a concern. And so if those are no longer present, that might resolve itself in terms of what the planning board's review was. However, your ordinance does provide one of the options that this board has in moving forward with this permit is you can refer this matter back to the planning board for review. It's under 4.5545. And the Board of Commissioners can return the application to the Planning Board for further consideration. Now, under this provision, you're not going to be bound by the 45-day waiting period that you were previously. So you can give a date certain by which the Planning Board would respond. I understand from staff that the next Planning Board meeting is about November 19th. I think, if I'm remembering that correctly. So this board, if you did desire to refer it back to the planning board for review, you could request that their recommendation be to this board by the first meeting in December.
Thank you.
2 questions?
I'm going to ask, yes, but I want to ask a couple more while I'm on this train of thought, if I may. You have indicated with staff confidence in the absence of planning board review of this, that there's no other change that's impacted other than the parking standard, and the only physical manifestation of that is removal of the bike racks from this and the change of the parking count.
Correct.
So I will have a question. I'm not going to ask them to come up at this point. I'm pretty sure of the answer of that there are no other physical changes. I would want to ask the applicant whether there's a wastewater calculation change that's associated with the change of the use of the square footage inside the building. Okay, Commissioner Fuller.
The first question, planning director, then the attorney. What we received in our packet and what we have in front of us today on paper, has that changed?
We've
Has
supplemented.
it changed any?
We've supplemented it with what we received yesterday.
Okay. So the next question is, the planning board, stating, but the planning board has not seen this plan.
They've not seen what was received yesterday, that's correct.
Okay. So asking the attorney, the planning board has not seen what we have in front of us, so how can we rely on anything the planning board has recommended to us if they haven't even seen it?
Sure, so that is completely within your discretion, and so your option is to refer this back with the supplemental information received is to refer this back to the planning board. The planning board's review is advisory, so it's not binding. There's provisions within the ordinance, and if I was more familiar with your ordinance, I'd be able to quote you the exact number, but there's a provision in your ordinance that says the application can be supplemented or modified, that plans can be modified during this hearing. So the fact that there's supplemental information does not necessarily make it faulty, but it is a consideration for this board to make, which is if you decide you want the planning board to review this plan, because it is a new plan, it's more than just new information, it is within your discretion to refer it back to the planning board for their review and recommendation to you.
Understand that, but my point is very specific. Has the planning board seen this plan? I know we can change what they did, but, we don't know what their recommendation is on this plan because they haven't seen it.
Sure, I understand that, and I don't disagree that they have not seen it. I don't think that's disputed, that the planning board's not seen this plan. But through conditional use processes, it is possible and does occur that new information or a different site plan or placement of certain things on a site plan might change from the time the application goes through the planning board till the time it makes it to the Board of Commissioners. And I think that's why the option is for this board to send it back to the planning board for review, because their recommendation is not based on this plan. And I think if that's what your point, I agree with you. Their recommendation is not based on the plan that was received late yesterday.
Thank you. And then the further comment I just have is, and this isn't to the attorney, this
That's
is
no
board to the board. At what time do we receive information? Do we wait till after we get our packet and allow people to submit something to us hours up to our meeting? Or do we have a different process that once it's in the package, that's the package and that's what we look at? I've operated from the standpoint that what's in the package is what we have. And anything supplemental to that may come out at this meeting and can come out at this meeting. But for something to come through staff between the packet and now, I don't think that's a proper procedure that we've employed. Now, it could come out at this meeting by the developer that what they want to do is X, but I haven't seen where we have operated getting information between our packet and the meeting time. And I think if we start doing stuff like that and allowing stuff to come out a few hours before the meeting, that we're on a slippery slope as far as us making legitimate decisions that affect the town. I'm not against the project. I'm trying to protect what I consider our process.
Thank you. Are there any other, well, and I'll turn it back to you. So I guess the point at this point of the commissioners, I asked some questions. Commissioner Fuller asked questions and observations. We're at the point where the board is able to question Mr. Zahner before we call anybody else forward. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'll ask any other board members if you have questions, and then I'm going to turn it back to the attorney. Yes.
I'll answer Commissioner Fuller's question. I agree our process has totally been violated. Nobody likes to receive information at this late date and try to review it, since everybody was pretty busy yesterday. Yeah, some of us were.
Really busy.
Some of us were pretty busy, but the process has been violated, but the integrity of the project is still within the footprints. And I would caution the manager to remind his staff to pay attention to our process and not let this come forward. I have a real hard problem with stuff that comes forward outside of the normal process, but I'm not willing to necessarily penalize the applicant because of the lack of giving the information to the applicant about the UDO earlier.
Commissioner Sears.
Speak.
I was just going to, regarding the process, so I can't really comment on what the town's process is in terms of packets and information. And I know that Mr. Leidy is conflicted out at this point, but he later may be able to comment more about whatever that process is, and I don't know what it is. So regarding the submission of information later between your actual agenda packet being released, I think each municipality might handle that differently. So I'm going to defer any comment or questions of that to Mr. Leidy later, and you may be able to address that.
Only one more. The site plan is so noted correctly that this is US 64-264, not 158.
Thank you. I apologize.
My question would relate to what the actual planning board did approve, and the conditional use was with a condition, and can you remind us of that, say, condition that they approved it under?
So the board recommended approval of the site plan as you physically see it. They were considering at that time a parking rate that needed to be reduced by 2 parking spots with the provision of bicycle parking. And they therefore recommended approval with 4 conditions that are listed in staff's report, which I'm happy to read if you'd like. Condition 1, the site shall be developed in substantial compliance with the plans dated August 28, 2019, revised as necessary to comply with conditions of approval. 2, prior to the issuance of permits for development, the applicant owner shall submit revised plans for approval by the Director of Planning and Development, incorporating a multi-use path at least 8 feet in width along the entire frontage of the subject property. Alternatively, the applicant owner may submit a payment in lieu for the cost associated with the installation of this path based on an estimate submitted and approved by the Director of Planning and Development, with this payment to be deposited into an escrow account and used by the town for installation of a path on or within the vicinity of the subject property, to be used within 3 years of the date of submittal or summarily returned to the applicant with no further obligation. And it's that condition that we no longer feel is applicable or appropriate based on the project's compliance with the UDO. Condition 3, prior to the issuance of permits for development, the applicant owner shall submit the rated capacity of the boat or boats as determined by the U.S. Coast Guard, or when not regulated by the U.S. Coast Guard, the rated capacity of the boat as determined by the manufacturer. And that's the language from the UDO in the ordinance about parking rates for tour boats. In no instance shall a tour boat have a greater occupancy than 49 passengers, And finally, the use shall be conducted consistent with all commitments made by the applicant in the submitted application.
So moving forward, if this goes, number 3, number 4, number 1 would still be in play?
Correct.
Thank you.
Would be our recommendation. Yes, sir.
And I forgot, I did have another question, and it's about this plan that was approved by the planning board. Does the 25-foot minimum building line not apply to the roofed porch, which appears to have a corner that extends beyond?
I'd have to discuss that further with staff. I think you're talking about in this
That's correct.
area here. As far as I'm aware, these plans were the plans that were submitted for the 2 previous iterations. So ultimately, if we found that that was not compliant, they'd have to modify the plan to account for that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walters.
I have more of a kind of a statement in response to Mr. Fuller's comment or question earlier. May I
Yes,
say that now? While we have no policy in place about packet review and things like that, we have established some guidelines of when there are internal guidelines and then other guidelines, which is when we receive our packet and when it's published on the Friday before the meeting to the public to view. However, and I would say 99% of the time, all of that flows really well. However, I do know from serving on this board for 8 years that historically, we have had items that have come up that needed action. There have been some grants, there have been other things where it really is an 11th hour thing that's been shared with the board the night before to be discussed the next day. So I think that historically, and also things that come up in commissioners' comments, which we direct staff to do that nobody was aware of. So I would say historically, 99% of the time, all of it flows in the manner that we've all become accustomed to. However, I think that we've always provided reasonable accommodation or flexibility for something that comes up at the last minute. I'm not stating this is that. I'm just saying that historically, this board has not taken the hard edge of, I can't consider anything that I didn't receive, 2 Fridays ago. So, that's all. Thank you.
Any other questions for this applicant? Not that not the applicant for
If the board
for
doesn't
staff.
have any further questions, the applicant would have the opportunity to ask staff questions, and I don't know if they do. Okay, and if there are no other questions from the board or the applicant, then I think that's the staff's presentation.
May I
Thank you.
ask the mayor a question? Did you get an answer to your question about roof that was satisfactory?
I got an answer that it was what had been approved 2 previous times, but
That's
not
what I
not
understand.
whether it complied to the ordinance.
And wasn't your question, did it comply?
Yes,
And we don't have an answer to that yet?
no, we do not.
Okay.
I'm happy to go consult with staff, but I can't commit to giving you a correct answer at this time. And I think my answer to you would be, if this plan were approved and that was not compliant, that this board's not approving a deviation and the applicant's subsequent building permits would need to comply.
Comment?
Yes.
If we're going under the UDO, that wasn't in effect 2 years ago. So if we're going to go under the UDO, that's what's currently in effect now.
Yes, and it's my understanding that with respect to this setback, there was no change with respect to that. But I'll try to verify that at this time.
And I would just, for kind of a procedural purpose moving forward, I would recommend that that probably be included as a condition, just to clarify that the board wasn't voting on a deviation from the UDO, that you would just clarify that that portion would be, if it's not
Well,
compliant, that it would be moved back in the setback.
in the absence, that's what I was going to offer if we got
Okay.
to that point later. Thank you.
And so now the applicant would make their presentation.
Good afternoon, I'm Jay Overton with Albemarle and Associates. We're here representing You Can Fly on this matter. I know we've had a long journey on looking to rehab this site, and I think we've gotten to a point once again that we're ready to move forward with this. The conditions that staff has outlined to you, items 1, 3, and 4, I would request a slight consideration and a change in item 3, where it says, prior to the issuance of permits for development, the applicant shall submit the rated capacity of the boat. What I would request of you is this: prior to the utilization of the boat, because right now we've got a couple of boats that are being refurbished this winter, and the whole purpose for them to be refurbished is so that they will be able to be utilized on this site in conjunction with the approved plan. If we wait until the boats are refurbished and recertified by the Coast Guard, then we will not have adequate time to improve the facility over the winter. What we would like to do is to have both of them going on concurrently, because the way it's written right now, if it takes us 2 months to refurbish the boats, we would not be able to request the building permit until February. If we are able to move forward with the building permit today, then the construction activity commences and goes through the next 6 months simultaneously with the boats being refurbished. Changing the word to utilization gets back to, we're not asking, and I don't want us to change, but we're not asking the applicant to show the jet skis or to show the kayaks that he may be utilizing when he reopens in May of next year. So we're just asking for the same consideration with the boat. We know that everything has to be looked at, signed off, documentation provided to the town prior to reopening. But again, it gives us the opportunity to work simultaneously on this. My opinion, Commissioner Fuller, of the plan that the Planning Board has seen in its state that you see right there is the same plan, parking, building, and everything, as what the Planning Board physically saw. We're just responding to some concerns that they had over the bike path, and we were able to look through the new UDO and find a way in which we could keep the site the same and remove the required parking from 40 spaces to 38, which the 38 is what we've got provided. Second to that, I would like to apologize. Staff was trying to help, so put it on me, if you will, because what we've done numerous times, 11th hour, we'll come to y'all and we'll say, here's a plan, we went to the planning board, the planning board asked us to make certain changes, we've looked at them, we've submitted a plan. Since then, we've been able to find new information. We could have just as easily showed up here this morning and handed that to y'all, and it would have followed the protocol. It's a very unique situation. How many times do we have plans that are submitted under one set of rules and ordinance, and then during the time in which we're going through the review process, we have a UDO that is adopted? That happens, what, every 10, 15 years maybe? So, you know, we're not in a scenario where we're looking to do that. And again, I appreciate staff's willingness to forward that to y'all, because I don't like being caught off guard, and I know y'all don't. And I didn't want to show up this morning and say, Commissioner Fuller, Mayor, you know, consider this, and you're having to, on the fly, think about it. I know you were very busy, Commissioner Cahoon, yesterday. I appreciate that. But again, it was all done in a matter of trying to make it easier for everyone within our community and being in consideration of all the other things that y'all have to deal with. So I believe this plan represents exactly what we've gone for the last 2 times that we've gotten it approved. The owner's ready and anxious to build this and get it operational for next year. The issues and concerns that have been voiced over the past few months, we've been able to tweak the plan to bring it to you today so that it doesn't have those contingencies out there. And we would appreciate your consideration with the planning board recommendations of item 1, Number 3, modified if possible. And number 4, and that would enable us to facilitate getting both the boat and the building constructed for a grand opening in the spring of 2020. I'll answer any questions you may have for me. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Question for you. I know there's going to be no more shared parking. Is there still going to be a shared drive aisle?
The physical layout of the site is such that there could be cross-access there. The agreement is still in place. The notice has been given that it will be terminated. It has a 180-day termination clause in it. We would like to continue to have our little back-out area, which is what's there right now for the parking spaces. We have shown it to be available for people to drive through. And if for some reason that is not agreeable to the adjacent owner, some bollards or something of that nature can be put there. But quite honestly, that doesn't do well for either facility if we're creating barriers such as that. I've become annoyed in another town every time I go to a gas station in a rental place and there's these wheel bumpers there in the middle, and I've seen many people, and that's the other thing that we're dealing with. We'll know about it, but it's the 250,000 people that come down here to visit with us that are going to be tearing up cars if we end up with something. We've made provision that that could stay in place even without the written agreement, because it's just smart.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Seaver?
Mr. Overton, right now, you want us to change this condition with the boats. What are the boats currently able to hold? How many people currently on the boats?
Right now, the boats from the Coast Guard are 40 passengers each. And the way this is set up, we don't have the parking for 40 passengers each. So we've got to modify those. Now, actually, there's a self-imposed limit of about 23 passengers per each boat that they've been utilizing. And that mainly has to do with the draft of the boat. If we put 40 people on the boat, it's too heavy and we can't maneuver in the waterways that it's taking the tours in. So what we'll be looking at over the winter is that there'll be the normal refurbishing of a boat just because of wear and tear, but modifying the seating capacity so that we can go back to the Coast Guard and we'll be able to have the paper that the Coast Guard will provide that'll say we've inspected this boat and this boat has a seating capacity of X, and we'll be able to provide that to the planning departments for their permanent record.
Jay, I'll ask my questions now. And I think primarily one of them is just I think a typo or leftover note on your wastewater plan. Note 4 says that it's based upon a disposal field that's 3,000 square feet with 600 linear feet of drain line, but the drain field that's shown and that's permitted matches, which is 180 linear feet and a 900 square foot drain field. So I think that's just an unedited note.
Yeah. We got to make it work.
Well, you have a permit for it,
Right.
and the permit matches the length, the drain field that's shown on the
Right.
plan. So I'm trusting that that's
Yes, sir.
correct. And the other question that I had earlier, and I think I know the answer to this, is previously the wastewater for the first floor was based on 1,616 square feet at the retail rate and 2 employees. And the proposed plan for parking reduces the amount of retail, probably doesn't change the number of employees. And if the health department continued to count that as retail, then there's no change in the flow. So, okay. So I think that's the answer to that
Yeah,
question.
I mean, if you
So
want
not
to
a
do
change.
numbers, we'd actually have more than what we need.
Correct.
But we're not going to change anything because we're rounding on wastewater anyway.
Yes, correct, right, okay, thank you. Commissioner Walters?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Fuller?
I'm still a little bit hung up on like 1 in terms of, our imposition of number 1. And I don't remember a time, first of all, I don't remember a time, surely, if we have a grant request that comes up after the fact, we take that. I don't ever remember having site plans where there's months involved, where there's an immediate need to move on something with our notice. But number one, is that relevant anymore? Because we're not looking at the site plan from August 28th anymore.
Yes, we are.
And the particular part I don't like is the word substantial in there. I'd rather have that word taken out, but if you take that word out, then they'd have to meet the plan as presented on August 28th.
The plan that I've got, which should be the same one that you've got, the last revision date we've got on it is August the 28th.
So are you willing just to take out the word substantial in number one?
That's fine. I mean, because that's what we're looking at, this plan. And if you don't mind, I probably don't need to waste any more time, but just to answer your question, because it's a valid question. Why would we have something that's August, and here we are in November, and we're talking about something at the last minute? Well, back in August, we had a parking agreement that was in place. And then it was rumored that that parking agreement was going to go away. So then we had to go back to the planning board, and so that occurred. Then we had issues with the concern over the bike rack. So some things have happened since this was originally submitted that were not based upon what the applicant wanted to change, but they were circumstances that changed, and we've been trying to address them. So that when we brought it to y'all, we were bringing to you a clean submittal. And I feel like that's what we've done now. All of the external controversy or concerns or comments made, whether it was size of boat, whether it was parking agreement, whether it was bike rack, we've tried to look at those things, and we've been trying to put them in a nice basket, if you could, so that when you're making a decision today, your record of today will show that all those external things have now been addressed, so that you don't have to concern yourself with what's next or what's going to happen with these things. That's what we've been trying to do.
So you're willing to take out the word substantial?
Substantial, not a problem.
Okay. Thank you.
If I said yes a while ago, it saved us all 45 seconds, right?
Yes, Commissioner Walters.
When did you receive notification that the agreement was going to be voided? When did you receive the 100?
Last week or week before last? Do you have that?
It was actually within a week, I believe it was exactly 1 week after the first time we went to the planning. We were getting ready to resubmit back to the Board of Commissioners, and that's when the notice, unofficial notice came out.
Unofficial, but what she was asking about was the
Do you have a
official.
written notice?
The official notice, I think, was just in the last couple of weeks. Because for a long time, we were trying to address this based upon the unofficial notice that was going to come. And if it's going to come, even back to 2012 when it was first approved, this agreement was done in 2007. And even back in 2007, it always contained the language that either party could terminate it. And when you terminated, whenever you gave that notice, there was 180 days. So we started reacting to this when there was a rumor that it was going to be terminated, because 180 days later, we still got to be dealing with how is our site going to function and how are we going to be in conformity. So.
Thank you.
There's
Any other
nothing else.
questions, board members?
Thank y'all for your consideration this morning.
All right, so if that is all from the applicant, I believe you should receive your public comment testimony at this time. And just a reminder, if you were not sworn, and you have comment, then you need to be sworn by the clerk and notify us of that.
If the board would allow me to clarify something on the setback question. There are the existing site presents nonconformities with respect to setbacks and coverage. The proposed redevelopment of the site still presents nonconformities, but they're reduced and lessened, which is allowable under the ordinance and the UDO.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, John Harris, Kitty-Hawk Heights. I just wanted to clarify something with the building permit and the conditional use permit. I don't know, I'm certainly not up to date on how the town operates now, but the way that we used to operate under the conditional use permit is Kim Allen would come out every spring and take a look at what we were doing and make a list of boats and verify that we were in line with the conditional use permit. And it was totally separate from building permit. And that's the main point I wanted to make, is that it seems like the building permit should be viewed separately from what the watercraft are going to be, because the watercraft change from year to year, or they, or not year to year so much, but every few years our watercraft change. So it just needs to be reviewed on a rolling the conditional use permit needs to be reviewed on a rolling basis. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment or public testimony? Yes, sir. Were you sworn? Yes, okay.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jim Selkman, the adjacent property owner to this proposed project. And just to verify that, yes, in the prior hearing, I did withdraw the parking agreement. I have since formally withdrawn the parking agreement via certified mail notice. So that I just want to clarify that it was informal. Now I would consider it formal, that it was withdrawn through a certified mail. I've also recently just applied to construct a fence on our property line, the adjacent property line to this project. I assume that's in review now. I don't know what the status is of that. The dumpster location, I have plans to relocate my dumpster pending on what's convenient or comfortable for public works on my property. I'm not, what changes have been made to the project? There seems to be a few different things changed on it that I haven't seen either regarding dumpster location. There's some calculations on the boats or the watercraft that seem to have changed on the project. Of course, we discussed the multi-use path. It was presented at the last hearing. It's my understanding that that's no longer applicable, or number two. Part of my reasoning in withdrawing this parking agreement is that the impact it has had upon our property. Because of the amount of, particularly the volume of the tour boat. And I'm a bit confused whether it's going to be one tour boat or two tour boats right now. It's not really clear to me in the application. I see a stipulation for the Coast Guard passengers, which the amount of passengers obviously establishes the basis for parking. That's still not, really clear to me, because apparently previously it was two 26 passenger boats, and now I think it's, I'm not really sure if it's one 50 passenger boat, as far as if that's been amended, but, you know, I like this business. I mean, it's a good amenity to the neighborhood. My just concern is the impact of parking. So that's why I withdrew the parking agreement, and I have substantial parking over on our property to accommodate. We have a small restaurant. It's 24 seats. And I'm also going through this process on another property that I have, not that, but in the process, the changes, our project was approved also back in 2009, next to the tail of the whale. And because of the UDO, and the complexity of lot coverage, I don't think my permit is no longer applicable. I have to redesign due to, particularly, I need to get a new survey to assess erosion. And I don't know if that's been something that is looked at on this property, but I have to resurvey my property. This is requested by Army Corps of Engineers, 404 line, and then you have CAMA. So I'm getting some experience with this right now also, of trying to resurrect a plan that was approved back in 2009 that is no longer applicable now because of changes in the amount of lot coverage, which has changed also. So my concerns are, you know, just these few things, mainly because of the parking. You know, as far as a fence, my dumpster locations. I don't want to get into being a parking lot police. And can be a lot of problems with that. Or towing, or liability. There's also an unresolved issue out there, which I'm hoping we get some updates on, is the power line controversy. Whether it's going to be buried, remain overhead. I'd like to know what's going to happen with that for my property, my intended proposed project, as well as Mr. Harris's project. What's going on with the power, on how that will affect our properties. So thank you for your consideration. I just want to put you up to speed. If there's any questions anyone has for me, I'm certainly open to.
The board can absolutely ask questions of any, of either of the individuals who gave some testimony. In addition, at the completion of that, the board may have questions for staff and/or the applicant in light of the public testimony. So that's also your option as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Sears.
Your lot that is to the west of you, do you have a parking agreement with Tail of the Well?
No, I do not, and I've had issues with that over the summer, that they were using my vacant lot for parking. And I talked to Dan at Tail of the Whale about that, and his response was, tow them. Well, you know, people are here to have a good time, and, you know, I didn't tow anybody, and I didn't confront anyone. However, you know, I was substantially impacted quite a bit at times on, you know, when it was very busy. And I'm real familiar with this parking situation because they have a special at 4 to 6, a big discount. And I'll sit out there and watch, and his lot fills up, and they come over to my property, park there. Sometimes they'll park in the parking lot and hike in. And I'm not going to confront a family going try and enjoy themselves. However, that's why I'm trying to address this in a tactful way. He has put up posts and a rope at the property line. And that seems to help somewhat, but I still have issues with people parking on the vacant lot and walking over there. And, I've called the police department to see what my rights or my grounds are. So I've really done my own analysis by really watching what goes on. There's high times of restaurants when John's boats are going out on tours, different times of business. And I've been impacted by parking from both directions. And I'm just looking for a tactful way to try and retain what we're doing at our property. Otherwise, I haven't gotten any complaints yet from my tenants, but I can foresee this coming if this is not done in the right scale or the basis of parking. And that's some of my questions with this as far as the amount of boats and passengers. You Can Fly's business is primarily a water sport driven business, and it's a nice business. It's a good business. I mean, I think it's great. But what you see out on the water, there's people parking on land as far as what affects that. So it's just something to please take into consideration. I appreciate it.
Mayor?
You have a question? Yes.
If we approve this, there's only one boat, period.
For him? Okay,
I
sir?
was just letting him know.
Sir?
it-
Sir,
it-
if you'll come back to the podium, I believe the board, what was his name?
Mr. Silverman.
If you'll come back, I believe the board had another question for you.
Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner Walters.
So you sent notice about the parking agreement.
Yes, a notice to rescind. I had Chris Sewell, my attorney, draft that
And that was
up.
a couple of weeks ago?
And it was sent, yes, because it was requested to be formal. Although I did it verbally and through email, it was suggested that I do that formally. So we had a formal document drawn up by our attorney, Chris Sewell, and it was sent certified mail, which we have a receipt of the certified mail.
Okay, and was the fence in that also, that area would be closed off?
No, the fence was not part of the parking agreement. That is something that, I've elected or proposed to do for a permit now. I don't know where it is in the process, but it's something that, we have in the works right now, and I'm anticipating getting a permit for a fence on our property line.
Okay. Do you have any concerns that that fence may hinder, if I look at the dumpster pad on the proposed property and the dumpster pad on yours, it appears that the Public Works could go right through, pick this one up, pick that one up, or public safety access? Are you having concerns about that regarding the fence?
Well, You Can Fly has their own ingress egress from the road, and so do we as adjacent owner. And the fence would go across the parking lot on our parking line. And depending on, since we have this new front-loading dumpster truck, where I would position, depending on, I've got a pretty good idea where I want to put our dumpster that would work for Public Works. I don't have any concerns about safety or any other issues there other than the fence would isolate my parking from You Can Fly, and You Can Fly's parking from our parking. That's the primary purpose in the fence. Otherwise, if I do not put a fence, I'll be right back to the commingle of parking. People will most likely be parking more in our parking lot because it is much more open, convenient, accessible, user-friendly. And I don't want to have to put up signs, for gone coastal parking only, or towing or policing. And that's why I think the best thing, for me to do is, that's why I'm requesting to put up a fence.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fuller, you made an observation about the approval being for one boat, because that's what condition 3 reads.
Yeah, condition 3 says one boat.
Okay, yes.
It doesn't say boats.
Correct, and I think we need to get a clarification on that.
Excuse me.
So the intent of the condition that was regardless of the number of boats provided, which are 2 based on the plans, the intent, that each boat, and if we need to change some of the wording, was that each boat we receive the Coast Guard rated capacity or the rating capacity of the manufacturer. The way that the parking rate works for tour boats is that you're allowed tour boats, in this case, with a conditional use permit for that use, that no boats can exceed 49 passengers. They're proposing 2 boats with a total capacity, I believe, of 56 passengers. So presumably, each boat would have a capacity of no greater than 23 passengers. So if we need to tweak this slightly, we can do that. But their plans do indicate an intent to operate 2 boats from the property. I think in terms of altering this language, I would say that irrespective of the suggestion that there needs to be maybe a delay in terms of when that material is submitted, that prior to the issuance of permits for development, the applicant owner shall submit the rated capacity of the boats, and it can be, the S could be in parentheses if you wish, as determined by the U.S. Coast Guard, or when not regulated by the U.S. Coast Guard, the rated capacity of the boat or boats as determined by the manufacturer. We can strike the last sentence because it's a given that no boat could exceed 49 passengers. So conceptually, they could have one boat that operated with 49 passengers and another that had 7 passenger limit.
As I understand this, I mean, the absolute maximum is 49. You're parked and you have wastewater for 2 boats on the site plan and 56 persons.
Correct.
But we don't actually care how they break the boats down. I mean, they could have 49 and 7 and comply.
Right, the intent of this condition was making sure that we had
They were
some-
certified boats.
Correct, that we had a method to verify that they had appropriate parking on site based on the boats they were operating from the property.
Yes.
Mike has a
Go on, I'll keep mine.
Go ahead.
I have a question, and I realize you may not know the answer. The issue that was raised by Mr. Harris regarding development versus basically the equipment on the site. We have other water activities. Do you know, or does staff know, have we ever conjoined those 2 issues, or are they, because people do replace equipment, particularly, boating equipment or jet skis or whatever throughout time. I mean, it is kind of an ever-changing thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming we still have the same procedure in place for inspecting that annually or biannually. Is this something new that we have or just enacted, or has the town, I don't recall, has the town conjoined those 2 things?
So this is a conditional use permit application, so we always maybe react to the unique conditions that are presented here. The applicants told us they intend to operate 2 boats with a maximum capacity of 56, yet they've not provided any documentation on what those boats are. I'm comfortable recommending to the board that you can act at this time, but I'm not sure if I'm comfortable, maybe the board is, of allowing a permit to be issued without further documentation of those boats. We just want to verify what the applicant's intent is in terms of the boat or boats that they intend to operate, that they're consistent with the plans that they've presented. That being said, we could be presented with those specifications for the boat that comply, issue the permit, and summarily they could then be operating boats that are not consistent with that. That would be a continued verification, as Mr. Harris described. We would do that regardless of this condition. But I think the question is whether or not staff, and we felt like we should have further documentation, or the board wishes to have more documentation prior to the issuance of an actual permit for this. You can, yes, separate the boats, those pieces of equipment from the building permit, but I think given that there have been a lot of questions about the appropriateness of the parking on this site, I think it's maybe important to verify that the intended boats are compliant.
Thank you.
First of all, can the possibility of a fence be considered in this?
So you're asking if you can make that a condition?
No. The adjoining neighbor is going to put a fence up, possibly, hypothetically, because no permit or camera permit has been delivered. Can that be considered as part of our decision today, that fence may come across that line?
Well, I think that there's probably a lot of things you could hypothesize that could or may occur between now and some future date. I'm not familiar with the town's review process for fencing, and if, maybe this may or may not even be approved. I think that there was a lot of testimony about all of the different permitting and kind of reconsideration regarding the neighboring lot that was occurring now anyway. So I think there's a lot of unknowns regarding that. He said he applied for a fence. If a fence gives you concern, I guess you can consider that it's possible a fence could be there, but as you are reviewing this today, I think you have to look at what is substantial competent evidence, as Mr. Leidy described at the beginning of this hearing, and I think that probably, based on what you're reviewing, the actual existence and site plan without any approved permit or any, construction actually on site, that the most competent evidence before you is what is actually in existence in the site plans that are before you.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question, but.
So my concern, based on the site plan that we've received, if a fence comes up, Public Works has not reviewed it to determine they can get their truck in and out of the facility, and the fire department has not reviewed it that they can get their trucks in and out of the facility with that hypothetical fence there.
Sure, and so maybe staff can address that question, and I don't know how you review your applications for fencing, particularly in a zoning area that this project is proposed, and I would assume that when you are considering a fence, that Public Works and Public Safety would review.
So an application has been received under the UDO. I'm inclined to believe it's going to be a minor site plan application on its face, which can be approved administratively, which we still would require technical review.
Would it require a camera permit of any type for the fence?
Yes. But I would say this, I do, as a UDO administrator, have discretion to determine that a minor site plan is a major site plan. And the exact issues that you've raised are also considerations, not to mention the fact that a notice of violation and citation were issued for the subject property for non-compliant buffering. So there are considerations there that, and I don't want to prejudice future consideration, that application may come before this board for consideration.
So ultimately, I mean, I think the concern here is, if there is a proposal for that, are those considerations going to be taken regarding access by town public safety, town public works to both parcels?
I mean, I think they have to be given the orientation and design of this site, but also the other site. You know, at present, without a fence there, I know what the comments are from our Public Works Department and our emergency services. I think it would be maybe an unfortunate outcome to judge this application by a hypothetical action that's not yet occurred on another parcel. And I would always maybe caution a board about tying decisions or tying an action about this property or any property related to the actions of a separate property owner, because I think that becomes an unachievable, perhaps, expectation or condition.
And ultimately, this, and just from a procedural standpoint, this application was in to the town first before the fence application. And so ultimately, when, and that just goes to any applications. If you have neighboring property owners who are submitting applications and one gets completed and approved prior to another, that then becomes the standard in place, that is actually what is there and then has to be considered with whatever the subsequent action is. So just to echo staff's comment regarding that.
This application was reviewed subsequent to knowing that there would be no shared parking agreement and that it would require its own dumpster. So that would be cited on the plan. So this site is completed on its own.
Yes, ma'am. And I just confirmed with Public Works Director that he has no concerns about access should that fence be installed.
Correct.
Thank you. That's my question. Commissioner Walters. Commissioner Thorpe.
What are you asking?
Just if you have a question at the moment,
Of the planning director?
or of anyone else who we might call. But I guess the planning director's at the podium, so yes.
I can just make a statement that I think that we've got so many substantive changes in what we're going to recommend for approval that I personally would like, I'm not saying table it yet, but I would like to table this and have people get together and rewrite what we're looking at so that we can know what we're voting on. Because obviously, one's got to be changed, three's got to be changed, and I don't know if 4 does or not, but I'd like to see the language that we're voting on, not just do a fly-by-the-pants vote. And I mean, when I say table, obviously, we're going to be here after lunch, so people can get together during lunchtime and show us something that's complete. But that's not a question of anybody, it's just a statement.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
So if there's no more questions for staff, I believe the applicant should have an opportunity to respond to the public testimony. Did you have anything further, or we're just available for questions?
I'll do both.
Okay.
Just a couple of things that came up I want y'all to know about. We already have a camera permit that's been issued for this site. And then the question came up about coverage. The proposed site will reduce coverage from what's there currently. So those are the two things that I just wanted to make sure it was clear to y'all that we were moving in that less non-conforming vein. The other thing goes back to what Michael was saying just a few minutes ago with regard to the timing of the boat approval. And I hate to keep beating this horse, but if I was here before you today and I was asking you to approve a restaurant, I liken this to before I can get my development permit to build my restaurant, to put my parking lot in and so forth, I have to go get the kitchen layout approved from the health department, which is the last thing that I do before I can start building my building. So in construction, there's always things that go on simultaneously. It is not John's plan. His plan is to refurbish these 2 boats. But over the next 6 months, he may run into a deal where he has an entirely different boat. And it doesn't matter. We still have to conform to a maximum of the number of passengers that are on here, maximum of 2 boats, and no boat could be more than 49 passengers. And that's basically the restriction that's put on because of parking. If I came to y'all and wanted a 50-passenger boat, your ordinance doesn't allow me to have that because there's no provision for it. So I just wanted to make those couple of clarifications and please again. So, and as far as what Commissioner Fuller was talking about, I mean, I don't think that we've got a whole lot, but it won't be the first time you and I have disagreed. But if it would help the entire board, that if we did take a recess for lunch, and if we got together and we were able to articulate something in a written fashion that would make it easier for this board to consider this moving forward today, we would be fine with that because we want to make sure that there's clarity with whatever we do. So thank you all.
All right, if there's no other evidence, I think you can close the public hearing, the evidentiary portion of the public hearing and proceed to deliberation. And I don't know if you guys generally vote on that. Historically, in the other municipalities I'm in, we generally vote to close the public hearing, receiving evidence. Mr. Leidy, do you guys know? Okay, just by consent. Okay, so at this point, the evidentiary proceeding is complete, and you can move to deliberation, which of course has to be in open session. So at this point would be the time for you to discuss this application and how you want to proceed.
Let me, before we do proceed to that, it does appear that we have enough business that we're going to have to take a lunch break. That would suggest that there is the opportunity to get the language cleaned up if that is the board's desire, and to consider that after a lunch break. So I would ask the board what your pleasure is in terms of proceeding with the site plan.
I mean,
Yes.
I can support that. I don't think we're that far apart. It doesn't appear to be major cleanup to me.
Yeah.
And if staff is willing to work through it, then we can proceed
Yes.
after lunch. That's
And
my
I
opinion.
absolutely agree with that. Yeah, I just don't want us to miss something like your overhang,
Yeah.
you know, as part of the motion. And it's better if it's all in writing. So I agree with Commissioner Walker.
Okay. Thank you. All right. In that case, I believe a motion to table this until a time later in the meeting would be appropriate.
So I think you can just take a lunch recess and return right back to this item on the agenda.
You can do that unless you're planning on taking any other action between now and lunch.
That's correct.
Well, the next item would be Dove Street, which could take us, I don't know, but it's going to take us longer than that. So let's just, if you don't mind, let's recess for lunch and come back and complete the consideration of this item and then proceed with the rest of our business. How long do we need?
How long does staff need?
15 minutes?
Huh.
5 minutes.
Is 30 minutes adequate for folks to grab something to eat and be satisfied?
Works for me. It works for me. I'm
Works
ready to
for
go.
you?
It works for me.
Okay, all right, then the board will be in recess. It's, I'm gonna call it
I'm going to sit home.
12:20, so the board will be in recess until approximately 12:50. Thank you. Okay, the board has returned from its lunch recess, and we continue the consideration of item G2. conditional use site plan amendment for Kitty Hawk Sports. And over the break, I see that staff and the applicant have worked on language for the conditions.
Yes, sir. So, condition 1, we've marked up removing the word substantial and adding the language in red. That would just make sure the submission that was made yesterday, November 5th, regarding the change in the calculation methodology for the parking was noted. And then condition 2 would be an additional new condition, just responding to the mayor's question earlier about the overhang and my response regarding it being a pre-existing non-conforming condition that was being lessened. That regardless of that response, that once the applicant applies for his building permit, that the development of the site shall result in the overall decrease of pre-existing nonconformities. It's a requirement regardless, but if the board wants to include that as a condition. Former condition 2 regarding the multi-use path would be deleted. And then condition 3, we've provided 2 options. One would tie it to the certificate of occupancy, and we've noted that we have confirmation annually thereafter, again, which is generally standard practice, as Mr. Harris noted. And even still, if we were to find out or receive a complaint in the middle of the year, we would investigate that. So there's 2 options for 3. One would tie it to a certificate of occupancy. The other would tie it to the commencement of the use of the tour boats. And speaking with the applicant's representative, they are fine with the second, the commencement of the use of the tour boats, and I have no reason to object to that either. And then condition 4 would remain the same, or now condition 4 would have no revisions to it.
Okay.
And we do have this is in Word in case the board would like any further edits.
All right. Either further discussion or a motion followed by discussion, I think, would be in order at this point.
I'll make the motion on it.
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the conditional use permit for this site plan, subject to the following requirements. That 1, the applicant has met the requirements of the town of Nags Head zoning ordinance, subdivision ordinance, other applicable ordinances. 2, the use will not materially endanger the public health, safety, if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as permitted. The use as proposed will not overburden the firefighting capabilities and the municipal water supply of the town. And further, that we adopt conditions 1, 2, 3A, I'm going to label it, which is the first one. 1, 2, 3, and 4, as presented since we returned from lunch.
Okay. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion necessary? Yes.
I just have
Commissioner.
a little bit. The CO could happen as soon as they finished the building, but the boats may not be ready as they are, stocking the building and doing the finishing touches. So to me, it seems like the use would be, when the boats actually go into use, as opposed to the CO, because I could see a perhaps several-month delay in those 2 things.
The reason I did 3A is because they haven't started the building yet. By the time they get the building built, and their boats are already in refurbishment, I believe, is what Jay said earlier. I would think that the boats would be ready by the time the building is ready.
Okay, it just doesn't provide much leeway in case all that doesn't gel at the same time. Just my comment.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? In that case, all those in favor of the motion as made signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you for having me. I've enjoyed it.
Okay, good.
You stayed a long time to, 5 minutes.
That's okay, I don't mind. So I'm going to turn this back over to Mr. Lighty. You
Yes,
guys have a
please.
good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry? She didn't.
Where is her office?
Yes, she did a great job.
She didn't like the pro bono. Do you know?
No, she didn't.
Yes, no, that's an excellent point. She was great. The next item on our agenda is item H, reports and recommendations from the planning board, consideration of acceptance of Dove Street.
I'm talking about that. I heard it was
Thank you. So we're bringing before you a request, well, it is a request from the applicant, or the developer, rather, of the Haven on the Banks Cottage Court, Gant Development LLC, that the town accept the improvements that he has made, or the company has made, to the formerly unimproved Dove Street paper street that provides access and frontage to the cottage court, but then also the under construction event site building. As part of this action, we've provided a resolution to the board to accept those improvements, to also accept them into the town's street system and include them on the town's PAL bill map. One of the conditions or caveats here is that the town engineer, upon review of the project or of the improvements, there is still some area where vegetation has not fully established, and under the town code, the applicant is able to put up a performance bond, and the town engineer provide an estimate of that cost should additional work need to be done to remediate that vegetated area if it doesn't take hold. So the applicant has deposited a cashier's check with the town for the cost of those improvements to cover the performance bond. Beyond that, everything is sufficient with respect to construction of the improvements consistent with town specifications.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? No. Hearing none, then a motion would be in order.
I move to accept the street as presented.
I have a motion and need a second.
Second.
I have a motion and
You
a
want
second.
to adopt the resolution?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to adopt the resolution and accept the street as presented.
Okay.
I'll second.
And that second is still good. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution and accept the street as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Is there anything else to be reported from the planning board? Next item on the agenda is old business, items tabled from the previous meeting. And this is a discussion about our membership in the North Carolina Beach Inlet and Waterway Association. I know that there was discussion at the last meeting where I was not present. I did review those minutes. I know that there was concern about our continued participation in an organization who is not matching is not in step with us on the issue of offshore drilling and testing. So I will open this. You have documents in front of you, including the possibility, including a draft letter, which could be delivered possibly in person to the organization. And the other document that you have is you have their resolution, but you also have a draft resolution that might be offered by the town of Nags Head for their adoption at their January meeting.
Is the January meeting of the membership or the board of directors?
Board of Directors.
So you're not proposing anything for the November meeting to be on the floor?
If the board is willing, then I suppose either the letter or the resolution could be brought to, but the thinking was that reading the letter into the record at the general membership meeting is an option. I don't know about offering the resolution.
Okay, my question then is about the letter. Did the board vote 3-1, or I thought it was a vote of the board?
What happened was that at the October meeting, there was a resolution on the board's agenda. The steering committee met before that and voted 3-1 to recommend that the resolution be tabled. And that vote passed, or that motion passed 9-6 with the full board.
Okay, I'm just confused by only the reference to a 3-1, not a 9 to whatever.
Okay, that would be an appropriate direction, yes.
I'm just confused as to what vote you're referencing,
Okay.
because there were two separate votes, if I recall.
Right.
Yes.
And
Okay.
And it doesn't reference the other one.
It would seem to be appropriate perhaps to address both of those.
That's
totals.
fine. And the other thing, my question is, you're talking about having a membership meeting or directors meeting in January? When does our membership end?
fiscal year.
Okay.
July.
So say,
June.
I don't want to introduce a resolution if we're not a member, and I'm not prepared at this time to renew any membership.
Okay.
Speaking only for myself.
Is the, I'm sorry,
No, that's fine.
is the agenda for the NC Byways meeting in November, is there, that's the annual membership meeting, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there also a board of directors meeting then as well?
Yes, the annual membership for the full membership takes place prior to the board meeting.
Okay,
Seems back.
yes, it does.
Is there a time on that membership meeting, on that general membership meeting in November for introductions of resolutions?
Simply on the agenda, it just simply says,
Other business?
yeah, it just says board membership meeting. I have not seen an agenda for that yet. But if the board would want it to introduce the letter and the resolution, it would be at that time.
It seems to me that the general meeting would be, where you have the most people there, would be the appropriate time to read the letter. And then the resolution would be something that would be presented at the board meeting, which apparently immediately follows.
All at the same November meeting?
All at the same November meeting. It's just really concerning that, to me, based on their articles of incorporation and their mission, they're not following either, in my personal opinion. And that's concerning. And we're members of this organization, and they're supposed to be protecting our shoreline and our coast. And the failure to even allow a discussion is equally concerning. So.
Okay. Thank you. Cliff, you are a member of the board
Yes, sir.
and will be attending.
If you tell me to. I hadn't
Well-
planned on at this point, but I can register today.
Right, because no one is registered.
I'm not sure presenting anything to the board of directors is where you want to go. Only because there's limited ability to open their minds to hearing both sides of the offshore drilling argument.
I think what I would do is if you went the direction of having this put before the full membership next week, would be to ask the chairman to allow it.
To allow the letter to be read into
And
the
resolution,
minutes?
yeah, whatever.
And resolution presented
Right.
to the full body, even though it would have to be acted on by, the body can't act. It would have to be
Right, only the
acted on
board.
by the board, but both of the letter and the resolution would be presented at the general membership meeting.
Is there something in the bylaws that precludes their membership from acting?
I believe so, and I believe, John, you may have pointed that out. In looking at the NC Byway
Right.
bylaws, the board acts on behalf of the membership.
That's correct. The board takes action on behalf of the membership.
I didn't see any mechanism for general
The
membership.
membership
action.
doesn't know about the issue, the board may never have to address it.
That's correct. That's why it needs, it really, at least something needs to be presented to the full membership.
That was why I was keep talking about the November meeting and not the January meeting.
I see.
One other thing about it, just to keep in mind, is that the bylaws also don't provide a mechanism for the approval of their agenda, whether it's got to be approved at the beginning of the meeting, who develops it. My point is, it's important to make sure that you have the opportunity to be heard at one of those meetings, and getting on the agenda is the key way, and there's nothing that indicates how that happens.
Yes.
Would it be possible to read the letter at the general membership? Also have handouts for every single person there, so they'll have a copy of the letter and the resolution. And then, as a board member at the board meeting, I mean, after you read the letter, you could say, and we have the attached resolution to present at the board meeting immediately following this meeting. And then you've informed the general membership, and then the ball is in the court of the board members. I mean,
The main thing is having the opportunity to talk during the meeting, because there's no guarantee that you get that opportunity.
at the general membership meeting?
Unless the agenda allows for comments or input, and maybe it will. I've only looked at the minutes from the Board of Directors meetings, which theoretically could preclude any participation by anybody not a member of the board.
However, our manager is a member of the board. And they also have nominations at that same meeting for new board members that will be, so some of the board members that are there now may not be seated in January.
Correct. At which time, if it fails in November, it could be brought up again in January.
Is everybody in that board committee, they all have email addresses that can be mass emailed at the same time, say 8 a.m. that morning? For those that don't attend or didn't have plans to attend?
Yes.
You know, this will be presented at today's meeting.
Can do that. Notify the full board. But I want to make sure that the chairman will allow it.
Emailing somebody does not preclude you from sending the letter whether the chairman agrees or not.
That's correct. But I mean to read it at the meeting.
Well, this would also help if you're not allowed to read it at the
We
meeting.
learn a lot from the chairman if he said no, considering he's one of our sister towns in Dare County. At least by November, he may not be the chairman in January, based on their nominations, but he's currently the chairman now.
I think I'll allow it.
What I would suggest then, perhaps if the board is willing, with the modification to the letter that we've addressed today about modifying the numbers, is that we authorize our town manager, as also a board member, to request of the chair that there be space on the agenda next week to read the letter during the general membership meeting, and that barring that, that the letter be emailed to, I guess it would be the board, and that the letter and the resolution be emailed to the board, and then at the board meeting, that the resolution be offered.
An email to the membership, not just the board.
Okay, can we get, do we have a membership list?
I believe It has to be provided if asked.
Okay, all right, then yes, and modify that to email the letter and a copy of the resolution to the full membership.
Okay.
To seek place an opportunity to read the letter and the resolution in the general membership meeting, and then whether that is barred or not, to offer the resolution in the board meeting. Does that sound correct?
I think.
I mean, it's a little bit of a guerrilla action here, frankly.
I think we're at that point.
Yeah, well, yes, we are. We are, and it is, so.
We've had 3 years of non-action.
Yeah, okay. Does that need a motion?
Consensus.
Is it- I believe I heard consensus, so we will do that by consensus. Thank you all very much. The next item on the agenda is new business, and that would be committee reports. Are there committee reports to be heard this morning? No?
The only thing I can say is the Tourist Bureau has appointed a working committee to look at the event site, and first meeting will be early December. There's no action, just that there's a committee.
Question? I noticed that Dare County has approved the purchase that y'all voted on at the last meeting. When is your closing date?
Technically, before the end of the year, right before the end of the year. However, Kelly Hospitality Group has an opportunity to continue to use it for a number of days after that. I think the date is January 10th that he has to vacate the building. But it's with the proper insurances and liabilities, et cetera, et cetera. And the point of that was because he had some pre-existing events to take place during that period, and there was a desire by both parties to close before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
And not really a committee report, but since we're here and it's related, preceding the Monday commissioners meeting, I was contacted by Commissioner Tobin, who wanted to explore the issue with me before they discussed it in their board meeting. And the point that I made a couple of times in that phone call was that we had asked for the town had an outstanding request for its funds, and that we would very much like to be paid back. That being the board's stated position.
With whom did you say?
Commissioner Tobin.
Tobin.
Yes, Commissioner Walters.
That's a similar phone call.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda would be items referred to in presentations from the town attorney. Mr. Leidy?
Mr. Mayor, other than a variety of things to discuss in closed session, I have nothing for the board at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you. The next item on the agenda then would be items referred to in presentations from the town manager.
Yes, sir. First, I'm going to ask the planning director and deputy town manager to help present this item to you. But what it is a scope of work for our on-call architecture, DJG, to look at workforce housing, a study and plan. Specifically, this is workforce housing for our staff, our ocean rescue staff. This is something that the board directed back during the budget workshops. The intent of the study is this study and plan is to identify and address housing needs of the town's seasonal employees, specifically ocean rescue staff. The staff's met with the architect, and I'm going to ask that one or both present the scope of services. And what we're looking for is approval or any feedback that we can get from you that indicates we're headed in the right direction with this scope.
Thank you. As the town manager indicated, we're generally wanting to make sure that the scope we've outlined, we're on the same page with the board in terms of what the expected process is and the intended outcome of this study. And this would be, again, to look at housing for the town's workforce, which is generally ocean rescue, approximately 45 seasonal employees, and 75% of those approximately are not local residents. So they're coming to the area and looking for and needing housing. And so the project here would be to go through several steps. Myself, Andy Garman, Kelly Wyatt would be the primary staff, town staff working on this. But some of these responsibilities would be on DJG Inc., the town's on-call architectural consultant. We did run this scope by them, and they're generally in agreement with the tasks and the approximate costs that they anticipate are in line with available funds for the on-call consultant work as part of the budget. So we're looking at maybe what we expect to be 3 phases. The first phase to inventory and assess what assets we have, generally real estate, property, and buildings, to accommodate a potential project. And we also intend for this phase to establish what our goals are, identify through interviews with stakeholders, maybe members of the board, maybe ocean rescue staff and others, what it is that they're looking for in terms of housing. What are our housing needs? What are our preferences? What are some of the perspectives from board members and elected officials, but also we have an opportunity to coordinate public engagement. What are some of the public perspectives about what housing should look like? What is appropriate in terms of sites? What are the conditions that may or may not be appropriate on some sites versus others? With the goal being that we, under this first phase, identify any and every opportunity and also identify those sites that are not opportunities for housing. So that when we get to the second phase, we have assumedly whittled down the opportunities or the available sites, maybe 2 to 3 sites, where we can then charge the architectural consultant to look at doing a fit test based on our goals, based on our preferences. Are any of those sites suitable based on those outcomes or those hoped for outcomes for development of those sites? We also begin to maybe identify and investigate opportunities for partnerships in the development and or use of any housing. Whether this, again, through this process, we determine whether or not the town wants to own and operate this, or that's not an ideal condition, whether or not we want to make land available for someone to lease out, or whether or not there are partner entities that could use this housing for a portion of the year. I think those are all of the things that we would anticipate kind of discussing and studying and determining what our preferences are as part of this process. At each stage, at each phase, we also present findings back to the board to get your input on next steps and future actions. Third phase is not significantly different from phase 2, but we've hopefully identified a preferred site, and that we can then do some more designing floor plans for a project to see if it's feasible and to perhaps identify what town costs there may be, that we can begin to identify any budget needs for the next fiscal year related to design or related to construction, or begin thinking about any preparations for procurement efforts if we're going to engage in partnerships or engage in making a property available to lease. So again, we've run this by the consultant. We've identified with an asterisk anything that we would expect them to be significantly involved in, if not running, and they're in agreement with this, with these basic tasks, and everything seems to be consistent with our budget for this project and other on-call architectural tasks. So we just wanted to make sure that the board didn't have any input or saw this project going differently or providing different deliverables.
I had a question, and you've alluded to this, because the language refining scope of the project and developing cost estimates, identifying budget needs for design and construction implies that there is a building size and program in front of you in front of somebody in order to be able to do that. So you alluded to plans. I guess I would hope that at least by phase 3, that whatever sites have been identified, whether it's here or the medical center or the old fire station, that, or any others, that we would see something visual in addition to the other information about how it fits on the site, confirmation primarily that it fits on the site under our regulations, and that then it provides a reasonable accommodation for the number of employees we're trying to house.
Correct, yeah. I would say phase 2, I think, is more concept, fit test. You know, it does a box of a approximate size that we know would house an approximate number of units. Is it going to fit on these particular sites? And we anticipate, you know, they're looking at, under that phase, approximately 3 sites. Or is there an existing building and can it be retrofitted or added to? And then once we do that, I think we then are coming back to this board. We're absolutely coming back to this board to present those. And this works, this doesn't work, or these 2 or these 3 work. What do you want to do? And ideally, it would be, well, we like this site, let's proceed with this site and let's see how it progresses. And that would take you into phase 3, where we anticipate that they could do close to 25% design under this scope. And I would add, there could be points anywhere along here where we're reporting back to you. For instance, after phase 1, we may assess all of the town properties for suitability and come back to you and you know, I'm not assuming this is the case, but we may find that that we don't currently have the most suitable site. And that's something I think we need to determine as part of phase 1. And the board maybe needs to decide. And I think that's the value of this being an on-call service, is that we're not entering into a contract for a full-blown project that needs phase 2 and phase 3. We could stop at phase 1 and say, okay, we have to change course and direction here. So, but I think there are maybe jumping off points, and that's important for the board to know.
Thank you. I'm going to start at the end. Here,
Okay,
Commissioner
just
Fuller.
Quickly, I guess, we are only talking about seasonal time workforce housing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would add that word in there, because we're only talking about a part of the time workforce housing.
I do want to maybe add a caveat that you may want to consider. Yes, we are talking about seasonal, the driver of this is seasonal workforce housing. But I would be hesitant to lock yourselves in terms of terminology, because you could use this conceptually as housing for people that are relocating here, that need a temporary condition for a town employee.
I would hope that we do that. I mean, when seasonal or limited time, whatever word you can come up, that's one. Number 2, I can't ever leave a housing conversation without saying that if you talk about the need of housing, you have to discuss paying a living wage. And I think in a lot of our instances down here, the people that are crying the most for some sort of workforce housing are also employees that don't pay an adequate wage to their employees. And I think that needs to be discussed in any housing discussion we have.
Thank you. You had a comment about that.
I'm just cautioning you to be careful about how far you open this up. We're talking about seasonal housing. You're talking about something entirely different as far as expanding it to relocation, because you get into different areas of need versus seasonal housing. There's a set of employees that meet that need. People that are relocating have an entirely different need, because you're talking about families. So be careful about where you go and how far you cut it, because the question is the town going to be willing to, we only have a finite amount of money to spend at some point in time. If you go too far, you're taking away that finite amount and pretty open-ending it. And I'm not willing to be one to give anybody an open-ended checkbook.
And I think it's issues just like that that are explored under phase one. You know, I go into this, I was telling Andy and Kelly, I don't presume any outcome. You know, I say, you know, this is the path, but I know we're going to have a deliverable at the end, but I don't know what it's going to look like. And I think that's the value of the kind of the planning process is, you know, to make decisions like that. And for the town, for the board to decide, well, no, we want it solely for this. And I think that's a fair outcome, but that's part of phase one, I would imagine.
And right now, it says that you have enough money in the budget to do this. If you get too far down the path, that money's, I don't know how much is in your budget. And how many times are you going to come back asking for more money?
For this, based on this scope, we anticipated it's accommodated within the existing budget for this work.
The way I would anticipate this issue, as somebody who's done this kind of exercise, is I'm given my mission, which is to look at a site and put temporary workforce housing, which has a certain form on it. When I get through that exercise, I may look at that site and say, you know, there's room here for a duplex and a drain field for that. And I know that wasn't my mission, but it would be incumbent upon me to report the development capacity of the site after I had done that. And if that's it, I'm okay with that. I mean, that's not our mission, but I would not preclude somebody at the last paragraph of a narrative on a site to say there's also potential for some form of other transitional housing in the future.
And we're only looking at town-owned property, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think to that point, it may be something that the board, that the town wants to consider, is that 8 months out of the year, if we're only looking at seasonal employees, there's no use to this property. And is that something that is not sustainable financially?
Right. Yes. Hopefully in the first phase or halfway through the second phase, we would have a sense of that.
Yes, sir.
Mike?
I'm assuming no work has started on this?
No, not
Do you
yet.
have a timeline for when it will start and what each phase will end?
We do. Generally, in discussions with the architect, if we were to give them the green light tomorrow, they could begin work on this. We would expect that phase one would be close to being wrapped up at the end of January. They would be close to wrapping up phase two at the beginning of March, end of February, beginning of March. And that we would have a good idea around that time when they're starting to get into phase three of any budget needs, because we would at that time probably have a good idea what type of path we were taking that could hopefully inform any budget needs for the next fiscal year. I actually think I misspoke. I think they could probably begin wrapping up phase one at the end of December, beginning of January.
Right. Yeah, that would make sense. Sorry, Commissioner Walters?
I was just going to say, this is a really important issue facing our town, but it also is one that's facing the entire community. And just having a little bit of experience with the school board and the housing that they provide through the foundation, those are longer case scenarios. But when housing isn't filled and income is not coming in, they also had to modify and accept more than just, teachers and, Coast Guard and sheriffs and things like that in order to keep it full to be able to pay the debt, essentially. So I just want us to be mindful of that in the process to, you know, while we need it short term, we do need to make sure that it is sustainable. And it's not free housing. It's, you know, I mean, there's a fee for living there,
Sure.
but the sustainability issue is going to be the biggest challenge without stepping on other toes in the process, meeting other entities out there.
All right. Any other observations?
No, I'll wait and see.
Yeah. Generally, I like this approach because everybody keeps talking about seasonal housing and nobody's doing anything about it. And I really think if the town takes the leadership and does something about it, then we can point to the others who keep complaining about it and say, look, the town took a step. You take a step. I mean, it's not.
I think Susie pointed out, though, that whatever we do cannot be subsidized by our taxpayers.
That's right.
They all have mortgages to pay, and they should not be subsidizing other people.
Yeah. To scale, the scale of this is going to be really important.
Mhm.
Any other observations, board? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing reports, building access safety at town facilities.
Yes, sir. I asked to have this at this point because it kind of falls in line with the last presentation you just heard. And staff has been meeting for a while, or safety committee meetings and staff meetings, and we discussed the issue of building safety. We've looked at the systems and processes that we have in place in the event that we had an issue in one of our facilities. But as part of that process, we've also thought about ways that we might monitor the building itself. Town Hall is an excellent, open, inviting building that we don't want to compromise that. There may be ways, though, that we can do some things that would help protect staff. And while we have DJG, this would be a separate item, one that we would ask the board to consider engaging them to assess the buildings and the safety. Those buildings would include Town Hall, Public Works, Fire Station 16 and 21. We just thought a third-party look at it. I mean, many of us have made suggestions and thought of ideas, but we're not professional architects. Add anything?
The workplace safety issue, I know we live in a different kind of community, but I think about Virginia Beach and other places. And, you know, when I was in Wisconsin over the weekend, and there was a news report about a small business that was actually, they operated a cemetery, of all things. And so it was a little office with a handful of people, and a disgruntled former employee came into the building and killed one of the folks working there. And I realize we can't, you're not going to guard against all circumstances. But as a public place, I think with a sizable number of employees that we owe it at least some consideration.
Are you proposing to have two separate contracts and not mix the monies?
Yes, ma'am.
So no, there would be no,
Stealing one to pay the other.
that or taking one trip and charging two separate contracts? I guess I'm looking at the monetary aspect too. I mean, you got to figure out if they're doing two separate tasks,
Well, yeah.
billing two separate tasks for one trip.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we'd have to, maybe we do one contract, the monies are separated so we can realize some of those benefits, because if they're coming next week, and we did add this safety component, we wouldn't want them to charge us for two different trips in that regard.
Have we contracted with DJG?
We had that exact discussion with them because we've got this potential project
which this one really wasn't a budgeted item. The last item, the workforce housing study, was budgeted by the board. And then there's another item that the board budgeted as part of the on-call architect task, which is an ADA study. And that's something that we may have mentioned during the budget process that NCDOT is requiring us to do because we accept PAL bill money. And so we're looking at doing all three of those projects with DJG. And we had those three projects in mind when we did the interviewing for the consultant. So we are looking at trying to combine these visits to reduce the number of times they have to come down here and bill us for. And so for all three of these projects are going to be happening at the same time so that they can come down one time and look at safety, they can look at ADA, and they can look at the workforce housing thing. And the more we can do that, the more we're going to save on the tasks, and that's what we intend to do.
But you're going to have to figure out how to allot each task to each budgetary item, because they're not.
Right,
should
and
not become-
initially, they gave us a scope for the ADA study, which we're continuing to massage, and then they gave us a scope for the workforce housing study, which all included visits, and we're revising those, so some of the visits will be pulled out of one and just put into the other. And so we won't try and duplicate the cost, you know, but we'll duplicate the time they're here.
And the other question is, where are you proposing to get the money for this budget amendment?
The overall budget for on-call services is $50,000. And we would either have to budget all three of these for that amount, or we'll come back to you with a budget adjustment from somewhere, some other savings.
I mean, the memo says they're asking us for 12,000 right now.
That's what I'm asking.
The other's 22,000?
23.
Yeah, the ADA study and the workforce housing were coming out of the 50,000. The building security was not. And so we have to figure out where we would get that money, whether it was from contingency or somewhere else.
Now, are both of those in the preliminary stage?
We have not initiated anything at this point in time.
With the experience and the education of our security officers and our police force, and the education of our town inspectors, why can't the ADA and the security of our public areas be looked at initially with those two sources?
We have been meeting for months now with staff here. The deputy fire chief and the deputy police chief are heavily engaged in this building security discussion. And, you know, we've had Major Jeff Derringer from the county come over and speak to the safety committee about things the county has done. And so we've looked at a key card system for the buildings that would control access to different parts of the buildings. And during that process and discussion, we kind of figured out that you can do that, and that's probably what will ultimately be a recommendation, but it's not a comprehensive look at it, because there could be some building modifications that need to be done beyond just the key card system itself. And in light of the desire to keep the buildings open, you know, we don't want to go throw up walls or make recommendations like that without consulting somebody who's got some real expertise in it. And I think that our architect's going to be more context sensitive to that than maybe our staff will.
It sounds like a conflict, and without having metal detectors to walk through the doors, you're not going to be able to accomplish both with one swoop.
Well, you may be right, but, you know, that's why we'd like to engage them in it, to see what the different alternatives would be. I think they would come back with several different alternatives for each facility that would later be presented to the board, and we could learn what the board's desire would be.
I think the safety of our employees is really paramount, and I just know from a previous life in facilities that have, it's been an issue, whether, you know, if you know that someone is disgruntled, if there's no way to exclude them from the building, you know, it's problematic, and there's more than just metal detectors. I mean, you know, there's plastic guns, there's all kinds of stuff, there's knives, there's, you know, and then there's just a physical altercation, which, you know, a lot of that is, it's difficult to prohibit, but I do think there are ways out there that it can be done, and I think you need some expertise in this area that's gonna provide you something that is, you know, acceptable without losing our town character, but also provides a level of safety, you know, to our staff.
Okay.
The only thing I can offer is that in consideration of the building as we know it, part of our value was to make it open and accessible as much as possible. So we did that, and now we're looking at it differently. It's going to be a tough way to go because the building was designed to be open.
Yep.
That or sell our art collection and use the proceeds. Because if it's not public art,
Right.
why have public art?
That's right. That's right. So, I
Much
mean,
as I hate to say that.
it's a
Bite your
tough
tongue.
nut.
Huh?
Bite your tongue.
Trade-off. I mean,
Well, but there are camera systems where you can buzz people in. Every school in
Yeah,
Dare
I know
County
that.
does that.
We wouldn't want to prohibit the art from being viewed publicly.
can somebody send me a memo? We've thrown a lot of figures around here today, but the only one I see in our budget, in our memos today, is $12,000 for the security, which I agree we have to look at.
We can
But
bring,
I'd kind of like to see all the numbers you're throwing out,
we can do
but I
that.
don't see it in here.
Yeah, our intent really today was to make sure we were on the right track. We had had some of these discussions, and we didn't want to continue until we got the support from the board to move forward. So we can come back in December with the budget and any budget adjustments necessary.
And in December's fine for the adjustments. If you can inform us earlier than that, then that would be good.
Oh, yeah.
And I agree with Susie, there are systems out there where you can install cameras and buzz them in, and that would probably be the most secure one because you're limiting access totally. But once they get in, I don't know. I think we need to take a strong look at it, but I'm not sure that our consultant can tell us everything we need to have when they're not even from the area.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. And I'm not concerned so much from the area as access to expertise in building security. I mean, that's the key thing is.
And our architect can do all that? Our architect is an expert in building security as well?
Well, they've designed a lot of public buildings, and so they've had some experience with designing buildings for security. You know, they're not specifically security experts, but they do design public buildings with security in mind.
If I were on an on-call contract like this and was asked this question, I would go find a consultant to work with me and advise me in particulars of certain kind of, especially if I got a sense of direction where I was going.
That's why I just want to make sure we're not an open-ended contract with a consultant.
Yeah, yeah.
Or whether you might be better off to have a security consultant do your work for you.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I think with.
We'll come back with more information.
Yes,
Firmer numbers.
I think, yes, we want to look at building security.
Right,
Now,
okay.
but clarification of how that's going to proceed and be paid for is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Just one clarification there. So, you know, we mentioned that we had this $50,000 budgeted for the on-call architect, and the workforce housing and the ADA were intended to come out of that. And we pretty much have these two scopes narrowed down, and we know what they're going to cost, and they're going to be well within that $50,000. So can we proceed with initiating those tasks, or should we wait until December to initiate those tasks?
Go ahead.
Those two you wanted done. This one I've introduced today.
Yes.
So I wouldn't want this to keep.
No,
I mean, you
and
wanted these to
I
happen.
wouldn't either. It would really be nice if especially the workforce housing in particular was addressed so that if we wanted to do something in the next fiscal year, we were equipped with the information to do that. So my inclination is not to hold them up, but to just have you be aware that there's concern about the financing of the security part, and answer that question for us.
I would agree. I just would like for us to really think about when we get something introduced on the floor that calls for money, that we have time to act on it and see all the information, not just say, here's what we need to do this without a scope of work or anything like that.
And this agenda didn't ask for that. This agenda item didn't ask you to do
Well,
that.
Actually, it says staff would need to request $12,000 to begin this review.
But what we're asking is consensus to move forward, to come back. What we were asking for today was just your consensus that this is something you wanted us to look at. I wasn't,
With a proposal to come back next month.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I just think we need time to have specifics to money.
Next item is consideration of the community care clinic lease agreement.
Okay, the lease before you now is here because at the end of this year, the lease with the community care clinic at the old Outer Banks Medical Center building will end, and this lease would renew for 1 year. The board has the option of renewing for an additional year. That's really the main part of the change with this. It leaves the rent for this coming year at the same cost, $1,025 a month. It allows you to adjust the rent going into the renewal term. It also makes clear that any improvements to the building by the leasee will be at their expense. Other than that, it's pretty much right in line with what you've previously approved. So it would be for a 1 year, same January 1st to December 31st. If you wanted to increase the rent going into 2021, we'd have to give 60 days notice to do that, or 60 days notice that we didn't intend to renew the lease. The executive director of the community care clinic has seen this, and she is in agreement.
I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the lease agreement as submitted. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Just a couple other things. Invite everybody here and everyone listening to out in front of Town Hall, weather permitting. It'll be in Town Hall. If not, the annual Veterans Day ceremony, November 11th at 11 a.m. This year's guest speaker will be Chief Phil Webster, a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. I'd also hope that everyone can come and join in that, but also ask that those of you that know members of the service or someone that would be a good speaker to let us know. We'd like to start to form a bank of speakers, both for Veterans Day and Memorial Day. But did just want to note that special occasion for us coming up on Monday. Also at the December meeting, I'd like to request to have a comprehensive stormwater update, stormwater maintenance, stormwater projects moving into this year's projects as an agenda item. Might be a little bit longer discussion, but I think it'd be good for the board to hear where we are and for the public to hear where we are. And then also, you've got some planning board appointments that are coming up that you'll need to consider, and there's three appointments, three people whose terms expire in December. And so we do have some applicants, but board policy is that you have to get that application in 15 days before. So if people are listening and that's something they want to do, they can go online and get the application, or they can contact the town clerk to be considered on the planning board.
And we can ask also those serving planning board members, there's no limit on the number of terms.
That's
So
correct. They may- When the names come before you, we'll indicate whether they are interested in staying on.
And remaining.
Okay.
Can I ask the manager one more question? Cliff, could you give us an update on where we are with the multi-use path that we have in this year's budget?
Yes, ma'am. I was actually talking to David about that yesterday, and all the permits have been applied for. We're waiting on those to come back. What else? Going out to bid this, the project will go out to bid this week,
Okay,
end of this
and
week.
with an anticipated start and finish date?
All right, so we've broken it down into 3 separate parts. The northern part, which runs from Soundside Road to Danube, that's the one that we have currently submitted for permits and will put out to bid this week. The second phase will span from Bay Meadow to Gull Street. And so as soon as we get this out to bid under contract, then we'll start working on the plan development, permit, and bidding for that. And then the third phase, budget permitting, time permitting, would be from Danube to Outer Banks Mall. The proposed construction time frame for the first phase looks like it's going to start the beginning of January and go through late April.
Start at Soundside Road and going to Danube.
Going to Danube, and then there's also a section on the east side which spans from Deering up to Dune Street.
I'm sorry.
There's also a sidewalk section in connection with that project that runs on the east side of 158, spanning from Deering Street up to Dune Street.
So that you can utilize the
Runs from
crosswalk
the-
at the post office and come back north to the closest street
Okay,
to get across to the beach road.
all right, thank you.
David, is there any benefit to looking at all 3 projects at once for a better value overall?
We don't have the capacity right now to do that.
Explain the capacity to do that.
To the time and resources in-house to put all projects out to bid. We're still trying to finish up the beach nourishment project. We've got the drainage projects that we're trying to get out to bid, and then we've got 2 miles of multi-use path that we're trying to fit in this fiscal year. And so, we're working day and night to try to get those out and, out to bid and for construction.
And that 2 miles is Danube to Soundside?
No, that 2 mile covers those 3 separate phases. In the past, of the previous 7 phases that we've done those in about a quarter-mile increments. And now, we're stepping it up and we're increasing that length there from Soundside Road, spanning all the way down to Gull Street. And there's a lot of complexity that goes along with that, to include underground utilities, overhead utilities that we're having to navigate around as part of the permitting process and working with utility companies in order to finalize the alignment for this pathway.
And part of this year includes Gull Street to,
Bay Meadow, from Bay Meadow on the north end to Gull Street, and that would be the second phase.
There's not going to be a path in front of the village.
I get that. I was just trying to figure out, we seem to be jumping around a little bit. We're going from Gull to Bay Meadow and Soundside to Danube. We just don't want to go linear down the bypass.
Well, if I recall correctly, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the part of the segmenting was, can't do it all at one time, was to get the Soundside people and the South Ridge folks to a traffic light, which was going south to Danube.
Correct.
And then to also give the second access, which is across to the sidewalk and back to the north, so they could get to the beach road. And then the next segment was to get the folks out of that little neighborhood that's south of the BP.
Is it Roanoke, Sound Shores,
Is that from Lakeside?
Yeah, like Lakeside.
Lakeside.
Yeah,
Right.
Lakeside.
Lakeside, but there's no stoplight any of them can use.
Bay Meadow.
Bay Meadow doesn't have a stoplight.
I think
Bay
we were
Meadow
just
had a
look-
stoplight.
We were looking at segments that would get people to the village, to the event site, to Tanger, and be able to cross and get to Jeanette's Pier, then going east and hitting the multi-use path on the beach road.
That, if you're talking about trying to get people from the west side to the east side, unless you go from,
You
The
would go to
village-
Gull Street light.
but Gulf Street to, Old Street is a pretty good hike.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know, the only other option would be for someone to go to the Bay Meadow and use the streets within the village to then come out at a light further north.
Sitting around the horn to get to the nose.
Have we deviated from the
No,
plan the
it's-
board approved?
Yeah, I'm
priority
just
for the
asking,
county.
it's just because we're talking about moving mobility from west to east, and that really doesn't do that, except on the northern section. The lower section doesn't really do that at all. You're talking about trying to get people to the event site, which is not where a lot of the residents are gonna go on a regular basis.
I'm not sure the change of direction now.
I'm just pointing it out that
Well,
sometimes we
we're
need to
really limited by the
look
number
more
of
in
traffic
depth.
lights. I mean, there's a long distance between, what is it, Sea Chase is the traffic light in
Sea
the
Chase is
village,
traffic.
and Gull Street is the next
Yeah.
light. So if lights are the way to get people across, you're really limited by those two locations. And this tries to get them there in a safe way. It's certainly, you know, going along the multi-use path through the streets in the village to get to Sea Chase is gonna be a safer alternative, as well as going to Gull Street.
Commissioner Walters.
Looks good on
No,
paper,
no, I
but
was
it
just gonna
doesn't
say,
work.
it is what we approved,
Yeah.
and with the walkability and all of those things that
I
were
was just
in the
thinking we
comp
went further
plan.
south from Danube. Was thinking we went further, mainly down towards the mall. I thought we went in front of the, I was thinking we went in front of, the code, but we don't.
That was
Well, the
projected
third
to-
phase, that third phase would go from
Take it to the
Danube
mall.
to the Outer Banks Mall entrance.
So that's the cove.
Yeah. And I think at some point in time, as we move forward, when we start discussing projects, we're gonna have to take a look at working outside our own in-house to get some projects done. We talked about that in stormwater, if I'm not mistaken, doing some outside work in order to get more stuff done at a time.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we talked about that in stormwater. Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Cliff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the Board of Commissioners agenda. Commissioner Cahoon.
Thank you. After having several in-person visits and phone calls about our new cottage court, and talking with the manager about some of the things the board had requested during that site plan approval, one of which was signage to be posted about where the beach accesses were and not trespassing and stuff. Don't believe that that has necessarily been put up as envisioned by the board when we decided. I think the manager sent me a picture that showed on one of the cottages that there was a sign, which doesn't necessarily relate to all the rest of the cottages on the court. I think when the board did it, we were envisioning a sign,
In the right of way.
yeah, at the end of the driveway where people would naturally see it as they come out to direct them instead of on a house. And there's been an awful lot of complaints about noise as well from speakers around pools and stuff. So we want everybody to be really good neighbors, but when the board approves something, we would like to see it done.
Right.
So I'm bringing that up as a,
No, it's not the time. They have added, they have added a sign at the walkway that comes out.
okay, has that just been put up?
That's just
Yes,
been
ma'am.
put up
Okay.
recently.
Because it wasn't put up
No.
when we got our packet and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, may I?
Yes.
In response to those concerns you expressed, we just put up a town sign,
Comes out and turns.
not dissimilar to other ones that we have, pointing people
Comes out of the.
to the distance to the closest access.
I'm sorry, Cliff, what?
Well, in response to some of the concerns that were expressed to you, we just put up that town sign that we have in other places, directing people north and
Okay.
south to the closest access.
And the other thing I'd like to see put on a future agenda is perhaps revisiting our noise ordinance.
Okay.
It has not been updated in probably 20-some years, at least. So we may need to take a look at that. A lot of things have changed as it relates to noise, especially the bass
We're all getting close
vibrates
together.
everybody.
Some of us can't hear anymore.
Well, that's true. Some of us can't, but as we take a look at it, I would like for us to really take another look at our noise ordinance and see if it needs to be updated. I'm glad to see that sign has been put up, but the last thing I'd really like to have is the I told you so's that come from the community that expressed concerns, and have us go back and revisit something we've just adopted in the cottage court, and have the first one be an emphasis to problematic and change our ordinance again. So I'd really like for this to work, very much so, and that everybody be good neighbors within our community.
So put the noise ordinance on the list, please. Thank you. Commissioner Fuller.
And y'all heard Robert Netsch this morning, and I'm not asking for anything. I'm kind of where Cliff was just a minute ago. I'm not asking for anything now, but I'm going to ask for something in the future, so I'm letting you know. But if any of y'all have gone down to Harvey, actually, if any of y'all gone down to any of the Signside accesses, you will notice an increased attendance. I think that was brought to our attention really with Jockey's Ridge and what's going on there. And it's not only there, but at Harvey Street, we've had, I've seen up to 5 sailboats there in the summer. And it is kind of a helter-skelter type thing. So there are a number of boats back there. The problem is also that area floods depending on wind tides. And so you get boats pushed over in the marsh. And what I'm requesting is the same thing you heard from Robert this morning, that we somehow, in our process, particularly with our capital improvement process coming up, I just want to make sure I put it in all your minds, that I think looking at the sound side as an asset and prioritizing particular recreational opportunities we have, like we just approved one commercial one today, but there are other areas that we have that we bought years ago for people to use, and now they're being used. And I think we need to further develop them in a manner that people can appreciate them more than what they're doing right now. So that's basically it. And I could recommend, if we need in the future, that some of the people that use it and some other people that I know that are in a sailing community or a kiteboard community are more than willing to volunteer their time, both in terms of design as well as in terms of construction. I'm not sure we want to go there with construction, but in terms of design, are more than willing to help participate to develop that site. As I told them, we have processes we go through, and that I'll introduce it and try to encourage this board to start moving in a direction, particularly with Harvey's street access. So that's where I am, and I do.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Walters.
Do you see any, or envision any kind of permit process, or who determines who gets to keep their boat there, or for how long, or?
The answer to your question is unfortunately, yes. Because I think it's going to be utilized. Right now, with the best on the, well, even better than the back of an envelope, but there's probably enough for, on the site, comfortably to accommodate 8 Hobie cats, which is a lot more than I thought. But it's actually been drawn out, and I've seen the plans and stuff. So you could have 8 back there. The most I've ever seen is 5.
That wouldn't preclude other activities such as paddleboarding or
No.
any of those kind of things, or kayaking?
It would only preclude motorized access.
Which is right next door, but.
Right, understood.
Which we don't allow anyway.
I mean, but no, and as
But it
far
is
as,
right next door.
as far as in and out, and even with the new Millers, I haven't done it, but other people have on any wind condition, they're able to navigate in and out without any problem under sail power.
That's probably an underutilized facility, and some small improvements there could potentially go a long way to making that a better access.
I just, like I say, I think, and the manager gave me how this fits in with the overall plan, it fits there. I just want to kind of give a oomph right now for when we go into capital improvement process, that we keep this one in mind and because it's not in our CIP. Thank you. And one other, may I ask one other
Yes.
thing? And I'm sorry, I just thought of this, but, and it's a question, was the sign up for the short-term rental passed for people that have short-term rentals, or is that December 1st? When are people supposed to sign up for short-term rentals?
When the deadline, is the end of the year, December 31st?
When?
December 31st.
Okay. I'd just like to have if we could, in January, have a report done for January meeting that says that how many have signed up, what we know, just, and the point being is, with the tourist bureau, one of the things we've been informed is that there are 800 in Nags Head, and now that includes some that are in property management control. So that 800 is really not a real number, but there's an extreme number, and I want to know, hopefully we're approaching what we need and can figure out how to take out those that are being controlled by property managers. The property managers can tell you real quick how many they control.
Commissioner Walters.
Do they have a list they'd like to share?
I'm sure they could share certain information, but not proprietary information.
The tourism board?
Oh, the tourism board, it was at a presentation that the tourist board put on by a consultant. So that information is there.
With the list of properties?
The consultant said he could identify every one of them exactly where they are.
Okay.
And was it requested by anybody to get that information?
It's public information.
But the tourist bureau hasn't made, in my opinion, the tourist bureau has not made, and I don't like using the term short-term rentals because, like a weekly rental in the summer, here's a short-term rental. I'm talking about the platform of the 3-night, 4-night stays or 2-night stays.
House sharing.
That information is there. This company had it. I mean, I forget the name of the company, but the tourist bureau had a presentation on it.
Did the tourist bureau
Oh,
pay for that presentation, or was it invited in to have a presentation?
Excuse me?
Did the tourism board pay for that presentation, or was it just invited in to show you how it was done?
They paid for the presentation.
Okay, so the presentation actually belongs to the tourism board.
Okay.
And if they paid for it, I guess it belongs to them. So that information could be procured.
And what I meant, yes, what I was trying to say a minute ago was, I don't think the tourist bureau has prioritized the 2-night, 3-night stays as an issue or where they need to do anything.
Well, the Tourism Bureau should, because that's how they get their funding. And without that occupancy tax, which has decreased the last 2 years, the Tourism Bureau will be short on funding, which they'll go to Dare County for.
It's part of their mission to drive overnight visitation.
I've tried to make it more of a priority, but it doesn't seem to be one. The answer is that the tax collector at Dare County is doing a fine job and that they're collecting all the money that's owed. I'm just reporting.
Thank you. Anything else on that? Or anything else from any commissioners before we go to? All right, the next item is the mayor's agenda, and we have in your packet a proposed 2020 Board of Commissioners meeting calendar. There are two deviations there from the standard, which is that or suggestion that the January 1 meeting be moved to Wednesday, January the 8th, that being New Year's Day. The second being moving April 1st, April Fool's Day, to Wednesday, April the 8th. The reason for that is simply that I've committed to a speaking engagement on April the 1st.
April Fool's Day.
I have no problem with moving to Wednesday, January the 8th. I think we should move because I doubt that if town's closed, we're not going to hold a meeting on the 1st. However, on the April the 8th, CRC calendar's already been set for the year before I got this one. And we have meetings on the 7th and 8th here in Dare County, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Could we just have a mid-month meeting in April?
In the day?
Yeah, that works for me. I mean, I don't have to have a night meeting, a mid-month meeting in the day would work.
If you were to put it on the calendar now, it would be a regular meeting. It would just be the regular meeting for the month of April.
And if we use that date, that would be April 15th,
Tax day.
tax day. Is there any
For
objection?
those of us that file that day, for those of us that don't.
I've never met April 15th in my life.
Any objection to that then? Hearing none. Do we need to formally adopt? We do that in January though, don't we? Do we adopt this schedule now? We do? Okay. All right, then the motion would be in order to adopt the proposed 2020 Commissioners meeting schedule with moving the January 1 meeting to May the 8th and having January the 8th, and to have the April board meeting on April 15th
At 9 a.m.
at 9 a.m.
So moved.
I have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a discussion of the crosswalk safety issue at the Little Bridge. You may recall that a previous meeting, I believe I reported that Commissioner Cahoon and I, along with the town manager, had met with the representatives of DOT to talk about the safety issue, that is primarily the access from the parking area across 64 to the north catwalk on the bridge. DOT responded with the letter that's in your packet. That letter was dated August the 2nd. And the concluding sentences of the next to last paragraph say that removing the crosswalk, and there is some discussion about further expanding signage markings, flasher configurations. They believe that would be without significant improvement. Their concluding sentences are removing the crosswalk entirely and prohibiting fishing from the north side of the bridge would remove the conflict that exists between pedestrians and motorists. While this option may not be popular to all, it would address the current concerns and avoid future accidents. And so their letter doesn't really make a recommendation. We've made various requests, and my personal feeling at this point is that I am reluctant to be the agent for, we've seen a lot of activity on that side of the bridge here in the fall. There's been a lot of fishing done on that side. I'm reluctant for the town to be the agent to cut that off. It's up to DOT. I likewise, I do agree with them. I don't know how much more effective more signage is. We've made a series of requests. We've gotten to where we are. The last request we made that they implemented was to put up, which we also helped pay for, was to put up the flashing lights at the crosswalk that were motion activated. They have never worked properly. Personally, I would like to see perhaps the status quo maintained, except that the flashing lights flash when somebody's crossing the road, whatever that takes. If that takes a manual switch that someone would press, or whatever it takes, but we haven't had an opportunity for what we requested and paid for to work. And so with that, I think I'll ask the board what your thoughts are. If there's an additional request at this point, leave it as it is, concur with their recommendation to take out the access to the north side, do nothing further.
This fall has been as many people as I've seen on Little Bridge in a long time, because it's been a really good fishing fall. So there's been a lot of utilization on both sides. The other day when I went by several times, both sides were extremely busy. I understand what they're saying. The north side doesn't meet ADA because it has no ramp or anything to it, so I get that. But I would like to see us have further discussion, either with them, about exactly what you said about having a flashing light that's activated when somebody wants to cross instead of the two that are blinking all the time, which doesn't really tell you anything. And the ones that they put up that, if you want them rain activated, they work really well.
Yeah, they do. That's
But if
about the
you want
only
them-
thing that does
But if you want them
activate
people activated, they don't work worth a hoot.
them. No, they don't.
So,
And haven't from day one.
no, they have not. But you're right, I'm not sure we need to be the heavies, but we're trying to be very proactive on the safety part of it. And I think that that's where we need to keep on doing our focus, whether it's, motion-activated crosswalks. Although my fear is that in summertime, nothing we do is going to be good enough because the rate of speed and the distraction of people trying to get from point A to point B.
Well, a separate discussion that's kind of been tabled through the election season was for me to go to the adjoining mayors about overall changes in the speed limit, to talk to the Kildare Hills mayor about supporting a change in the speed limit that would extend through Kildare Hills and Nags Head, and presumably could include the 64-264 corridor, if we decided to do that, or to request that separately. I had tabled that discussion because the mayor of Kildare Hills was definitely not going to be there, and I didn't know who it was going to be. Now I do. So that discussion should come back as part of the solution.
Yeah, well, I know we asked for it to go to 45 from the bridge all the way up to the elementary school, which is where it begins 45 anyway. And it goes from 45 all the way through Collington Light from that section. So I would like to see us keep on pursuing it in Nags Head. If the other towns want to participate, that'd be great.
Well, that was denied before. I can't remember the exact reason. What has changed that would make them change their mind at this point in time?
I thought there was something in their rules that if there's a dispute about the speed limit, it defaults back to 45,
Right.
was my understanding
I
somewhere. thought
remember
it-
that. I don't know if that's the way it is
I don't know
now.
if it's- I don't know if it's still
That as
there.
being the reason, I think they.
No, it wasn't, but they just want to move traffic. But somewhere in their rules, if it's still there, I don't know if it's there or not.
Yes.
Okay. I actually took it upon myself to go talk to people that fished on the bridge. And what I found out was if the tide, what tide there is, let's say water movement. If the water movement is from south to north, then everybody's gonna be on the north side of the bridge. And they fish these puddles, the real fishermen. If the tide or water is moving from north to south, they're gonna be on the south side of the bridge, because that's where you catch the fish. That doesn't mean there won't be people fishing, kinda like the guy that went down to Harvey Street and was fishing, you know, there's people that, but anyway, be that as it may, what I've sort of been led to believe is the people that go there, they don't care if there's a light or no light or nothing. If the water's going from south to north, they're going over there.
It's the way it's always been.
And so the people I've talked to, which are, you know, obviously not the universe, but at least a representative population is, they don't see the traffic as an issue as much as probably the people in cars see it as an issue. Because they seem to think they're taking care of themselves, where the people in the cars are the ones that's causing the problem among themselves.
And you know, it may be that we're throwing up more impediments by putting signage that creates chaos.
Right.
By lights that don't work very well.
Right.
Maybe we were better off to have nothing there. I don't know.
And that's where I'm leading. That's where I'm leading, where you have just a crosswalk and nothing but a crosswalk.
I think we remove the crosswalk. Crosswalk gives a false sense of security.
As you can see by people that get hit in the crosswalks as they did in Kitty Hawk the other day.
Well,
But, you know, I'll go along with whatever anybody wants to. I mean, we're not gonna get our answer, which is a stoplight per se.
No.
So I'd rather go one way or the other way, not something in between that causes confusion.
right. Well, I hear three voices, that potentially is safer and is consistent with not with DOT. They went on to prohibit, they combined removing the crosswalk to prohibiting fishing.
Right.
We're saying
I'm not-
simply remove the crosswalk.
It won't stop fishing. They're
It's-
fishing, there are
it's
people
not gonna
fishing
stop
there way
fishing.
before
Which
that
essentially
guardrail was
restores
gone.
the original condition that was there.
That would be to remove the crosswalk, everything associated with the crosswalk.
It seems to me we should work on getting the light fixed first.
But they were talking about taking the lights out. They were actually talking about, since they've never worked, taking the lights out and putting them at other crosswalks in the town.
Do we
like-
get our money back?
Yes, I was gonna say.
I mean, or that's putting them somewhere else is,
Put them somewhere else in our town. They were talking about putting one at Whalebone and at other places, you know, where they might be better utilized.
We still
Sounds like
need them to work properly, though.
I was gonna say, so we could move them there so they won't work
would they
there.
work?
I don't know. I mean, you're right. Would they work any better
Yes.
if they moved them?
Yes.
Can we talk about one more crosswalk when we get done with this?
Well, I mean, I'm actually okay with that too. If that's the consensus here that the crosswalk be removed, then I would suggest that we put something on our next agenda.
I was gonna say, could we have some more discussion at our next agenda with everything in writing about what's proposed, so we can
Yes.
kind of check off?
Yes, we can. And we will have a new board seated at that point, which will be
But we're not talking about eliminating fishing on the north side, even if we eliminate the crosswalk.
No.
Okay.
I said, let's say the vote is to remove the crosswalk. And then immediately somebody gets hit after you remove the crosswalk. Looking at our attorney.
I don't believe that there's a basis for the town to be held liable for that. I think you have immunity regarding traffic controls in the first place. To the extent you have insurance, then you've waived immunity for such a claim. But I would suspect that you may not have any insurance for such a claim, and therefore would have immunity. Doesn't change the fact that you could have a tragedy on your hands.
But even though we requested it to be installed and paid for part of the cost. The road, the crosswalk, the signs, everything is DOT's.
That's correct.
Could be a potential tort claim against the state, maybe, to the extent that DOT has engaged in negligent practices in the way they've installed or failed to install traffic controls in that area.
I would still vote for one more push for making what's there work. Let them make the decision to remove it. I don't know.
Well, let's bring that back to the next board meeting. Maybe it's an alternative A and an alternative B with the documentation of what we're going to, what those choices are and what we would ask for, and then we'll let the board make the decision.
Can we see the amount of wrecks and accidents from prior to that being installed and then post that being installed?
Yes. Did you hear that? That would have to be a request.
I know we can do it, get the data for since it's been installed, but can we get it before it was installed? Okay.
Can I just ask procedurally? We're going to adjourn to a workshop.
Yes.
So we're not adjourning to, we're not going to continue this meeting.
No.
Okay, so the next meeting will be,
The December meeting.
okay.
Yes.
Just want to,
Yeah, and so that's where this would come back, would
Okay.
be the December meeting.
we're not going to have anything else on whatever, the 18th, other
Other
than
than
just
the
one
workshop.
thing? Okay.
That's my understanding.
Can I ask one more
Yes.
crosswalk question? Cliff, did we sign an agreement for Adams for the 10.5 sidewalk?
That easement
crosswalk?
has been prepared, it's been drawn up, it's in their hands, has been for a while. I'll follow up to see. There was a sense of urgency, but we've prepared the document, we've done the survey, we've put together the easement and delivered it to them. We're just waiting for them to sign it and give it back.
And then when we get that, we'll discuss where the sides of it, where the crosswalk's gonna cross, in
This,
order to match up with the sidewalk.
yes, the easement is lined up with the crosswalk.
Already?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so. is it
You
gonna
cross
work?
on the north side.
Can you really get to it then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just wanna make sure that everything lines up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is a discussion of the January 23, 24 board retreat. There have been some agenda items submitted, I believe. Including a meeting, having the planning board chair participate in that meeting, anticipating beach nourishment MSDs, discussion of the pavement condition and drainage infrastructure, although that is going to be, some of that will be in December. And at least what's in progress will be discussed in December. But the, I guess the larger capital improvement plan based on the pavement condition study that we discussed at the last retreat would be in this January agenda so that we could give some guidance for budgeting. And then the MOU with the control group. So I'd encourage commissioners to, any outstanding items that you feel need to be submitted for discussion. One of the exercises I don't know how that I would ask that it really inform the retreat, but in the process over the last few days of just looking at this agenda, I've started in my own work at my desk. I have a long to-do list,
and you can't get it all done at one time. So I've been picking the priorities off and writing them on an index card. And as many as I can fit on an index card seems to be about what I can get done in a day. And so I just sort of work through my index card, highlight them off, and it's somewhere around 10 items, and I usually get through my index card in the day. So I had the index cards there, and I thought, well, what can I put on an index card that are the 5 or 6 things that I personally think are most urgent with regard to the town? And I think that's an interesting exercise to boil that down and sit and see what, I would be curious to hear what everybody's top 5 priorities are, the things that, I'm guessing they match up. I mean, in some form or another, they're going to coincide. And it was just interesting. I had a paragraph in front of me that included the town's mission or vision or something in front of me, and read through that. It's an interesting exercise to try one day.
May I ask that, as we're sitting here talking about this, we ask Commissioner-elect Brinkley to submit retreat items as well?
Yes, you will be part of that meeting, obviously, so. The next item on our agenda is request for closed session to consider the Earl Murray Jr. Employee of the Year nominees, a personal issue, and acquisition of real property, and to discuss attorney-client issue and preserve privilege. So a motion would be in order. You have the reference there.
And also, if you would also add in under my aspect of this, to discuss the Richardson and related condemnation actions.
Okay.
Make a motion to go into closed session in accordance with General Statute 143-318.11, A2, A6, A5, and A3. Did that cover them all?
For all the reasons we just listed.
Yes.
Including the Pond Island property
Correct.
acquisition.
Yes. I didn't give that address, but yes, that's the piece of real property. Is there a second? Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, the board will be in closed session. The board has returned from closed session, and I'll ask Attorney Leidy to report out from the closed session, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The board did discuss the various topics that we entered closed sessions to discuss. Instructions were given to the manager regarding the potential acquisition of the cited property, but no other actions were taken.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other business to properly come before the board this afternoon? Hearing none, a motion to adjourn will be. Oh,
Recessing.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. You caught me.
To the 18th.
To the workshop on the 18th.
A motion to recess to the MSD workshop on Monday, November the 18th at 9 a.m. would be in order.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn to the workshop on Monday, November the 18th. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.